Hi, Kentia. I hope you're doing well. This is the second live that I've done on YouTube, and I thought I could just do an impromptu live and have. Hi, hope. Yeah, I know. I just noticed that. That's what I'm a bit concerned about. I haven't done an impromptu live on YouTube before, so what I might do is switch over to my TikTok because I think you automatically get loads more viewers coming up on. Well, there's 3 people here now, but I think there'll be a lot more on TikTok during an impromptu live. What I want to go through is some of the evidence that I've acquired linking into Donald Trump and Prince Andrew and terrorist events and also high profile murders. There's 11 people on here now. I'm wondering if I just keep going. Let's go. I'll go for a little while on here. I have advertised this on my TikTok, so hopefully we'll get a few more people coming across. But it might be, if the numbers don't go up, then I might switch over to my TikTok and see if the numbers are a little bit more on there. Hope everyone's doing all right. I'm going to try and keep an eye on the comments. So if you've got any questions, going in now and then, I'm going to be looking at the comments and try and keep an eye on those. So those of you who don't know me, I was in the police for 18 years. And since 2022, I've acquired irrefutable evidence of decades-long international government fraud, along with the help of some others along the way, but giving me some bits of information which is proving critical as well. But what I'm finding every day is just absolutely blowing my mind. I'm now able to connect, it seems, terrorist incidents, high-profile murders, high-profile children's disappearances and deaths, all linking in with judges of the cases for all of these events. And I think what's going on is definitely they will be laundering money in relation to these events that's stolen from the masses through the investigations of these events. But it could be, and it is starting to appear as though it's even more sinister than that, where we've actually got a collaboration with the suspects and those that are meant to be preventing those suspects from being and these events actually happening in the first place. So it appears extremely sinister. And I suppose when we consider the fact that you've got the Satanic Temple United Kingdom company linking in with this, and clearly no moral conscience, and a huge connection to the international drug trade. So we've probably got a lot of addiction problems with these people in charge of our government, and therefore addictions that they are trying to continuously to feed potentially, I think is going to be a huge part of this, which means that provides the part of the motive for their corruption against the masses as well. But anyway, what I want to do is just go through some of the evidence. Just going to keep an eye. How am I doing? Thanks very much for the question. Yeah, I don't actually celebrate Christmas now, which is part of the evidence I'm acquiring. I think every day, and forgive me, this isn't about being humbug or Scrooge or anything like that, but that it's very clear, or it's becoming very clear, that everything has been inverted as a mockery against you all, and that appears to be Christmas. And I've actually got some of the research surrounding Christmas that I've done over the last couple of days, and how that potentially links in with the Saturnalia of Rome, if you're not aware of that, where they were. There's a suggestion that actually on the 25th, there was the sacrifice of potentially children. So what it looks like they're doing is they've made us celebrate Christmas for one thing, but it's a mockery, and it's actually us celebrating a day when they're potentially their belief system is about sacrificing children and babies on that day. It's just a complete inverted mockery. But I am doing a lot of more research around that, but we can go into that a little bit today. But thank you very much for your question. I'm doing okay. It is getting quite uncomfortable, but I'll be okay. Thank you for your hard work, Gary. You're more than welcome. No problem at all. At the end of the day, I'm just doing what I don't see any other option, to be honest with you. It's so obvious now that we're living under a very sinister criminal corruption. That's a fact. It's a fact, and it's been going on for a very long time. That the only way forward now is just to keep pushing with this, keep applying pressure to the system and trying to work on a strategy to resolve this. But thank you so much for your comment. Really appreciate it. Me too. It's put me off, so I don't celebrate it. Yeah, it's a complete mockery. I mean, if you I want to do a little bit more research around it first, but think about it. And I know I said this on the live with Vanessa. What it's taught us, and teaching us to have done if we have children, for starters, is to lie to our children, tell them never to lie, and then we tell them that we've actually been lying to them. It's a complete psychological inversion against your own children. And I don't mean any disrespect to anybody that celebrates Christmas with their children and, does the whole Father Christmas thing. But I think you've all been deceived massively. You've all been deceived massively. And so was I. I was very much a case of celebrating Christmas and what have you. But it also feeds into the narrative of the materialism, doesn't it? Because they're behind the production of all the products that you buy over Christmas. So therefore, you're feeding in via the materialism aspect of Christmas into that, and which will ultimately end up affecting everybody. Because if we continuously are materialistic and wanting more materialism, then ultimately that will cause huge problems upon our planet. And this is their system. They've done that deliberately. So they're teaching you to lie to your children and then tell them that you should never lie, but tell them that you've been lying to them for years. They're implementing materialism into Christmas. And also because they're claiming it relates to the birth of Christ, that supports the day agenda as well. And really, let's face it, every day should be a celebration of life. Why should there be one day that you celebrate it? But what that does is give it a number which leads towards your demise. So it's creating a psychological countdown to what they've made you believe is potentially, potentially not a good thing in your death. And nobody wants to die, of course. And I'm not saying it's good or a bad thing. However, you can see the psychological inversion. And everything else appears to have been inverted. So if we follow that through, you've got the transgenderism, an inversion of creation. You've got the fraud, where all of the charities are actually linked into the fraud. So it's an inversion, a mockery, making you believe those charities are there for a good reason, when actually those charities are being used in relation to the laundering of money to create the problems that those charities are supposedly there for. Okay, now that's where I think you're talking about CERN with the collider technology as an ultimate conclusive inverted agenda to create that inversion of creation itself. It does seem to be a huge part of all of this. I'm just going to have a quick look at the questions. I'm going to have to put my phone in close, actually. I'm getting older now, so my eyes are... I don't do Xmas, came from under the Babylon Empire, yet people still try it and rope us into it. The trouble is, we feel as though we've all got to be doing what everybody else does. So we go along with it because we feel if we don't, then we're not normal. And of course, if you don't buy your children what they want for Christmas, then you feel guilty and their friends are getting what they want at Christmas, when really we should be celebrating creation, not materialism, not the system that they've put in place, which will ultimately destroy us all. If you think about it, we should be celebrating every day. We don't need to wait on one day a year when they tell us we can celebrate. We should be grateful and celebrating creation and our lives and our relationships with everybody continuously. But what they've done is they've twisted it into this inverted agenda. And actually a mockery, it appears, from all of the research. But as I say, I do want to do a little bit more research, but maybe as we go forward in a while, I'm going to talk about the connections that I'm making to Saturnalia, for example, which the company Saturnalia UK Limited, I think it's called, links almost immediately to Dodi Al-Fayed. Literally, he was a director for a company right near Saturnalia. And of course, that then links in with Princess Diana and absolutely everything else that I'm exposing. So, I do think this is a huge part of all of this. Just having a look at your questions. Because think about it, what materialism does and the agenda that they've got in place and the system they've got in place is it separates us from creation and therefore the creator. And ultimately that will, as I've said, that will lead us away from our creator. Now, I understand people that might not want to believe in a creator, but I think everybody will certainly believe that we have moral conscience through our creation somehow in a rational state of mind. Now, I believe that's from the creator. And I believe they've inverted that as a separation from moral conscience and therefore the creator, which is what I keep saying a lot of the time. I'm just having a look at the comments. Like a 1 day a year thing to be caring. Hi, Skate Steve. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. I'm going to be talking about the evidence that I've acquired in relation to Prince Andrew and Donald Trump, linking in with research surrounding terrorism, the IRA, high-profile serial killers, and other evidence that I'm looking at. And it's just blowing my mind away. Every single day, I'm just finding things like, wow. And if you consider the the laundering of money in relation to all of this, it all starts to make sense in terms of this evil that they've got in place. And some of it may not be real, some of it may be staged. I'm not saying it is, but we have to consider that some of it might be. However, it allows through those events the laundering of the money from the masses into their agenda, because they can claim that they need more money from tax, etc., because of the problems they're creating, you see. So it's a problem reaction solution. It's very sinister, the whole thing. Very, very sinister and evil. And it's, a lot of it is speculating how we've got to this point. However, 100%, this fraud links everything together. It links everything together. Every single terrorist incident that I've researched. I'm doing a bit more research around the Southport stabbings last year, which seems to be, it is connected to this in a huge, huge way. And I'm actually going to show you and talk about some of that evidence. Hi to Brez. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks very much for joining me. Hope you're doing well. Gary, do you think many people might unknowingly be involved like you were? Yeah, absolutely. Of course, some people might have. The thing is, if you've got a company and it's the directors that start that company, they must be choosing the incorporation companies that they're choosing for a reason. Now, I joined Export Manor Freehold Limited 2 years after it was created. So somebody else has already been involved in the creation of that company. I just came along, was asked to join, presumed it was a legitimate company, thought it would be beneficial because you then have, it was mine related to real estate. So it gave me the ability to have an influence on the management of the building. And also I thought if I sold the flat, being a share of a freehold rather than a leaseholder, it's going to be beneficial and make it more saleable. So, yeah, of course, there'll be people like me. The trouble is nobody is speaking out about, or hardly anybody is speaking out about it. Even those that are, supposedly good people, they're not talking out about this and they're linked to it. So that suggests, well, why wouldn't you? If you've been a victim of it and you've been drawn into it, not knowing about it, then you need to start exposing it. But nobody seems to be doing that. And then you've got to be asking questions about all of these people. So I can't be the only one that was drawn into this as innocently. I can't be, but we need more people to be speaking out about it. Just having a look at the other comments. I probably missed a few here. How are you doing? Yeah. Great to have you. I was mentioned of the Netherlands here. My government is also harassing me. Hi, Kentia. Great to hear from you. This is worldwide. This is worldwide corruption. Okay, the Companies House registration system is being used, it seems, as the source of worldwide fraud, with the City of London and obviously Companies House originally in I believe in Wales, and then they had an office in Edinburgh and also in Ireland. But this is worldwide, everybody. This is affecting everybody. It's a mass takeover of world control using the Companies House fraud, but ultimately leading to a very sinister agenda that even those involved in the fraud that think they're going to be taking control, or one of those in control and managing the world or governing the world, are also going to be deceived by this. It's an ultimate inverted deception against all of humanity and all of creation, according to the research. So if you're involved in this in any way, you really need to get behind me, support me in this evidence, and use this to change the world forever, because we now know what the problem's been, and therefore we know what needs to happen to resolve it. Using the energy, it's put me off it. Using the energy. Where are you from? So I was originally born in Kent, in the southeast of England. I was born in a town called Chatham, and then I moved. I predominantly lived around there for most of my life. I did for a year or two work at Butlins in Minehead in Somerset. from, I think it was 1997 or 1998. And then I moved down more permanently in 2006 to Dorset, where I found out about all of this. Goes down chimney, which is the fire pit. Yeah, it's there's a lot of evidence. I'm still doing a bit of research around it because, you know, I like to make sure of things before I say too much about it. But it certainly does appear to be part of the inversion of everything, and everything's a mockery to the innocents. You know, they've had this in place, and it's been in plain sight. The evidence has been there, but nobody's really had the time or skills or whatever to be able to actually identify it. It's just a complete mockery. You know, you can see these people sitting around laughing at us, not realizing what they're doing. And, you know, if Christmas is a mockery, then they'll just be laughing at us. You know, look at them celebrating the inverted evil thing that we've put in place that actually could be about the sacrifice of innocent babies and children. It's just mind blowing. It really is. Oh yes, the evil invert everything. It's it's being proven through the Company's House records. Gary, if we arrest these people, then what happens if it goes to martial law with the new people coming in the hotels? Okay. Well, first of all, the whole immigration agenda is part of their agenda and their deception, linking in with the Albert Pike letter, which was a letter written by Albert Pike, high-level occultist and Freemason, to the Illuminati, head of the Illuminati, who was Mazzini in 1871. So everything you're seeing is not, it's being twisted as truth. Okay, so it's a inverted agenda to make you focus on skin color and race being the issue as a distraction from the real issue, which is the system, which involves predominantly white people in our government. Okay, white police chief officers, predominantly white, police and crime commissioners. So what I would say is the arrest. Okay, so the whole strategy of the arrest is not just about a potential prosecution of the solicitors, accountants, financial advisors in this, and seeing if the innocent frontline police officers are going to do the right thing to give them a chance to prevent themselves being implicated, but also it's a way of shutting down the organisations that are predominantly running this system, and that applies the pressure to the system in the right way. Those organisations are the ones running this international government fraud. Solicitors, accountants, financial advisors that have all been centralized to it. So it's about the utilizing the exposure, public exposure, to give the frontline police officers the chance to do the right thing before we have to start arresting the police officers themselves. And then we start coming outside of the whole jurisdiction side of things. But it may be that has to be what happens. It clearly can't carry on. Thanks very much for your question, Carla. Flat Earth. I hope that makes sense a little bit. I choose love and joy daily, 100%. Look, the whole system they've got in place removes rationality from us all at some point. Okay, whether it is that we're being overworked, which is completely unnecessary, and therefore we're tired and we don't treat people how we would normally treat people, or we're turning to alcohol because we're stressed, or some people, or you're being poisoned through the water, air, food, pharmaceuticals. It removes the rationality, I believe, the system deliberately. So the system is the root of the evil in all of this. As soon as you have a transparent system in there with full accountability and liability, there's no motive for a problem, reaction, solution, government or leadership. Okay, so it removes that motivation for all of these world issues that we're seeing, you see. But as soon as we are all clear in our rationality, we then become clear in our moral conscience as our foundation. And you will find that this will probably never happen again for future generations, providing there's a system base that is based on moral conscience and truth and transparency. Like a one day a year thing to be caring. Yeah, they're it's another element of control, isn't it, Christmas? So they're telling you the day that you're free for a day to enjoy yourself and be merry. When we say it's another element of control, isn't it, through this? But it seems as though there's quite a much more sinister element behind this and how that links in with the children. But I do want to do a little bit more research around it. Actually, a beautiful thing, giving someone something they want. It's a nice excuse to do good for others. But doing nice things for people shouldn't be about giving them something in terms of a materialistic item. It should be about love, support, experiences together, enjoying nature, in my opinion, enjoying nature together, treating them in a way that is more special than they normally would be. Doesn't have to be. You don't have to give materialistic items to show love and appreciation for people. And in fact, some people feel, and I've seen it in my own family, they do that thinking that's going to buy their love. It doesn't. It doesn't buy love. The other things buy love through the experiences. Say John Pork in the mirror 3 times. Staged evil is still evil, Gary. Great work. Yeah, it is. It's still evil. Gary, do you think some people are high profile and have had actors put in place around them to implicate them on purpose? Look, it's possible, but why are those that many believe, and we're going to be talking about Donald Trump later, I've found some other critical evidence linking in with Donald Trump as an example. These people that are supposedly good in this world, why are they not saying what I'm saying? Why are they not saying there should be a transparent financial system where there is accountability and liability? It's a no-brainer. It's the most obvious thing you'll be shouting about based on this corruption and fraud that we've got. So what I would say to you, yes, could very well be actors in place. And I actually believe that in my situation, they positioned a lot of actors throughout the process of me being arrested and in the prison, etc. But you still haven't got anybody doing the right thing. So it looks as though what they're trying to do is create the ability to make you think that they've resolved the corruption in the world, but allow this fraud to continue. Well, that's not good enough. This fraud must be stopped. It must be. Because otherwise, you're just going to have all of the crimes carrying on. It will be more undetected. Hope you're well, Gary. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you very much. Daniel Hughes, is it? Oh, sorry, Donnie Hughes. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Keep warm. Yeah, it is getting very, very cold. My hands were numb earlier doing my video, but I'm just going to have to cope somehow. Audio is garbled, either YouTube or interfering, or it's the area. Okay. Hopefully most of you can hear me okay. Do you believe they are putting humans in McDonald's? The evidence suggests that. The evidence is suggesting that. Do I think it's really happening? I pray it's not. But there's a lot of evidence suggesting it is. A lot of evidence suggested it is. Do you guys celebrate St. John? I'm breaking up. Yeah, it might be my signal. I haven't been able to upload videos very well to TikTok today. Situation with Mr. Pork really stresses me out, so I have to bring awareness to it. The calendar we know today was created as working people keeping a schedule and keeping. Yeah, that's another element, I'm sure, of the inversion and deception against all of humanity. And I've seen a few videos recently where, for example, it's not actually the 26th of December today. So yeah, it's very likely they'd mess with our time through the calendars as well. The Julian calendar is different as well, anyway, from the calendar that we celebrate. So that's quite possibly a mockery again. It's almost complete. It uses the magnetic field to control all of consciousness using technology no one knows about. Unless people come together, things will never change. Well, it's about each individual doing their part, isn't it? If everyone's waiting for somebody else all of the time, and you've got the evidence to empower you, and you've got someone giving you a strategy on what to do, and you're not doing anything, then you're all part of the problem. You know, nobody can bury their heads in it. And I'm sorry to be quite blunt about this, but nobody can remain silent about this anymore. All right, those of you have the evidence, you therefore have the power, you have a strategy, you know what needs to happen, at least on a transitional places, down to all of you to start making it happen. Do you think anything will come of the files being released? It's right in our faces. Those files, I believe, are a distraction from the bigger issue in all of this. Those files are referring to, obviously, sexual offences against children, predominantly, and child trafficking. The evidence that I'm acquiring suggests it is much, much darker than even the sexual abuse of children. Lots of evidence is suggesting the skinning of children alive is a part of this, how that's linking in with Madeleine McCann, Prince Harry, and the Pizzagate scandal. So I suspect that is probably a distraction, to be honest with you, from the truth. But it will certainly, if they released all of those files, it will undoubtedly link into what I'm exposing as well. But a sort of more sinister thing going on in the background. I can't see it happening in Australia with the meat tagging system, but maybe if there is another area of later delivery. I'm not aware of your meat tagging system, but what I will tell you is everything has been centralized to this criminal network. And it links into the Satanic Temple, United Kingdom. Now, I think that I think there's been an infiltration of the Church of Satan and the Satanic realms to make whatever's coming appear like a prophecy within Scripture when it's actually a falsified prophecy. Difficult to know exactly who's behind all of this because you've clearly got many groups, religious groups involved in this. One I've been looking at, and I've actually found out about it many months ago when I was first looking at this, is the Mithras group, which is a ancient, goes back a very long way, linked to Iran belief system, and that also ties in with Rome. So it's possible that that's a big, the Mithraism, I think it is, could be a huge part of this. And I'm now starting to do a little more research around that. There's a patent on screen can mess up brainwaves. Yes, I've seen. I've got a list of all the patent numbers of the technology and how they can affect people through the mobile phones and other technology. Okay, so I've got up with the most of the questions. Forgive me if I've missed some of yours. I'm going to come back to the questions a bit later, so you might want to hold fire on putting any comments for now. It's up to you, and then I'll come back a bit later and answer some more questions and let you know when I'm going to be doing that. So I'm going to read you some of the latest evidence. Now, it isn't finished. I just wanted to get some of it out there, and I want to apologise. Because many people have emailed me for the document. I haven't responded to any emails yet because what I want to do is get this document to a point where, okay, I've now researched some really big subjects and send it out all in blanket emails to everybody, and then answering anybody's questions in those emails at the same time. So please forgive me if you haven't received a response from me yet. I will be getting back to you, but I want to get this document done. And it's very, very time consuming to get it to a point where I want to send it out again. So please forgive me if you've been waiting for a response or you're getting frustrated. The other thing is, although my number has now been made public, my mobile number, I'm getting people trying to phone me, and which is, I understand. The whole point of me doing that was with WhatsApp, okay? But people are trying to phone me and text me on the normal number messaging system. I can't communicate on that because of the risk of triangulation, and they've now removed my access to WhatsApp, which is unprecedented. I mean, I've never heard of anyone not being able to use WhatsApp. So this shows you how significant my evidence is. So again, please don't message me or phone me on normal phone calls or text messages. I cannot respond and I cannot answer them because of the triangulation element of things. I can use internet-based technology, and I think because I've got a VPN, it means it's more difficult for them to triangulate where I am or find where I am. So yeah, please email me though. Email me on Gary with one R, the truth sets us free @gmail.com. That's Gary with one R, the truth sets us free @gmail.com. It's very important that we get this document out to as many people as possible. We need to get this document out. So let me go through some of the latest evidence with you. I'm just going to read. These are screenshots from the document I'm producing. And I've had to, because they're trying to, it appears, infiltrate my document during its creation through the app. Okay, so this is what I've found now. This is how desperate they are to stop this or to alter the evidence somehow. I've had to find another way to create the evidence in a way that they can't infiltrate it as easily. So, okay. So I'm just going to start with this bit of evidence. So some of you may be aware of the Daniel Morgan murder of 1987, where a person was axed to death in a car park. And the information suggests it was surrounding police corruption. So the information says that Daniel Morgan and another colleague was actually trying to expose police corruption prior to his murder. Well, there's a lot of research I've done around this. And it's no surprise that the Metropolitan Police over the last week or so have come out and said that because of an inquiry in relation to this murder, all police officers, certainly in the Met, I believe, have to disclose if they are Freemasons. Okay, and that's as a result of the Daniel Morgan inquiry. But one of the suspects for the Daniel Morgan inquiry or Daniel Morgan murder was Jonathan Rees. Okay, and a Companies House research of that name links to Tech 3 Consulting Limited, okay, that was incorporated in January 2012 and is now in the process of liquidation, as the exposure continues. Now, a separate search of Tech 3 shows Tech 3 Unlimited was incorporated in 2018 as Gordon Bowden is exposing his evidence of the non-verification element of Companies House fraud. Now, I've had information that Gordon Bowden was murdered, and that was from somebody who was sat next to him in a meeting in 2018. Well, this Tech 3 Unlimited has an address in Poole in Dorset. Okay, now that is where my inquiry began, or in Bournemouth, right near. And Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor, was an NHS chief executive for Dorset, Isle of Wight, and Hampshire. Okay. And she actually came along and initiated my removal as a director after I was refusing to file the forged bank documents. So we now have this company, Tech 3, same name practically, linking straight to the area where this all began for me. Gary Fenton Blackmore is the only director of this company and connects to 10 others, including Newgate Lodge Freehold Limited, that was incorporated in 2024. And it has a registered address in Verwood, which is in Dorset. This is the same town where the new managing agent for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited is based, and they are Property Solutions Southern Limited, ran by Paul Mallory. It has an address of 661 Christchurch Road in Bournemouth on its incorporation document. That's the exact same road where Exbourne Manor is. Okay, so this is coming in from the name of one of the suspects almost immediately linking to the same road where my investigations began. Okay, that's not going to be a coincidence, everybody. Now, there's over 5 million registered companies. All right, let that sink in, and we've now made that connection. So it has an address of Christchurch Road in Bournemouth on its incorporation document, the same road where Exbourne Manor is. The filing history shows that its address was changed in February 2025 as the exposure continued. So this is as they're panicking, you see. They know this is all coming out. They know I'm exposing the world's criminal system and how it links to all of the world's problems. So you can see in the filing history where they're making changes that I'm picking up on that actually helps expose it even more. Blackmore also connects to Bolt Plan Limited. This is the same director that was incorporated as Kiwi Design in 1995, which is the same year that the Russian government-linked and intelligence agency-linked Hackluit International Advisory Board was incorporated. And I've found that there's many, many changes around 1995 for that very reason, I believe, leading up to the International Collaborative Deception Against Creation from 1992, which is when the Companies House records started to become electronic. And that is when the Catholic Church became a legal entity, because this is all linking into falsified prophecies, everybody, and to the Vatican. So we have this Blackmore connects to this company called Kiwi Design, We're going to come to that in a minute. Oh, sorry, I'm losing my way on here. Let's go to the next screen. It is a criminal organisation. So this is the design one. Criminal organisation started with the same two companies that started Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. And I believe that the Kiwi makes reference to New Zealand and the Christchurch earthquake, which is a massive part of all of this, everybody, and how it ties in with the collider technology. There's a lot I could say about that, but I'll just walk forward because otherwise I'm going to be here for hours. John Christine Moxham connects that Bolt Plan company, okay, that we've just been talking about, to Dorset Chamber of Commerce that features throughout the fraud. Blackmore also connects to an actual company called Kiwi Design Limited that was incorporated as Bolt Plan Limited in 1986 before its name was changed in April 2008. What they're doing is they're swapping names around on the companies. All right, so that's what's happened there. We've got very similar names being swapped around on these companies as they become exposed. Alan Douglas Blackmore connects Kiwi Design Limited to Shorehaven Pool Limited, with Paul in brackets, having been appointed on the 24th of August 2001. At the same time, the company was incorporated less than 3 weeks before the World Trade Center disaster. Now, the World Trade Center disaster is 100% because of what I'm exposing. It's all to do with this, linking in with the Satanic Temple, linking in with the infiltration of the Church of Satan by whoever the group is behind all of this, and the attack against all of creation. This is why you had the high priest of the Church of Satan was implemented in 2001, I believe, after its original founder had died in 1997, within 2 months of Princess Diana dying. You had the original founder of the Church of Satan died, and then they re-established the Church of Satan in 1999, leading up to the collaborative deception surrounding the World Trade Center disaster, and then in 2001 a new high priest of the Church of Satan called Peter Gilmore. Now, the research of Peter Gilmore links immediately into nuclear weapons companies, linking in with this criminal network, and immediately into the same companies as Dodi Al-Fayed, who, as you know, Princess Diana was having a relationship with around a month prior to her death. Blackmore also connects to Kiwi Design Limited that was incorporated. Yeah, I've done that. Alan Douglas Blackmore connects Kiwi Design Limited to Shorehaven Pool. Mentioned that. Appointed on the 24th of August 2001. I've mentioned that. Not long after before the World Trade Center disaster. Timothy James Townsend connects Shorehaven Pool Limited to 14 companies, including several with a correspondence address of 3 Durrant Road in Poole. This is the exact same address where the accountant for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited was based, called Carter and Coley, and where evidence suggests they were filing the forged bank documents for many, many years, and they are friends with the Flemings, according to the Flemings themselves, those that initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor. This is coming in, remember, from one of the suspects of the Daniel, and in fact, the main suspect, I believe, for the Daniel Morgan murder. Where was I? Townsend also connects to Burns Property Management and Lettings Limited with an address of Hawthorne House, 1 Lowther Gardens, Bournemouth. And this links quickly to the research of Julian Assange and a doomsday cult that connects in with my family members and the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom. All right, so we now have a link in with the Chief Police Officers linking into the murder of Daniel Morgan into the same accountant's address as Exmoor Manor that was filing forged bank documents for a very long time. And all around this, there's the apparent murder of children, linking in with this, linking in with the royal family, and the agenda against all of creation involving the collider technology. Townsend, same person, also connects to JWT South Limited that connects immediately to my brother-in-law's family, who is linked to the main Freemason Lodge and quickly to Ghislaine Maxwell and the Christchurch Earthquake Appeal Company, as shown elsewhere in the document. Now, there was a sergeant in the Daniel Morgan case called Sergeant Sid Fillery. And there was a suggestion that the case was compromised because of his connection into the investigation and the court case. So a company house search for Sidney Fillery, this person, reveals a Simon Fillery connected to Borough of Gravesend Conservative Club Limited, where they were appointed in April 2022 as I was making inquiries at Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, and they resigned on the 8th of July 2022. This is the exact same day that I approached Anthony Roberts, the chairman of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, that triggered this whole investigation. Now, Gravesend, where this company pertains to, is right near where I used to live in Kent. Okay, I was actually living, like I said, in Chatham. I actually ended up living in Rochester in my sort of later teens before I left home, which is not far from Gravesend at all. So we now have this link to Gravesend. The key name changes or date changes as well. And the exact same day that I approached Anthony Roberts. This company was incorporated in 1887, if I've got the date right there, and appears to have a doctored incorporation document. Looks like it's been forged. Christopher Martin Barnes connects Borough of Gravesend Conservative Club Limited. And just whilst we're talking about the Conservative Club, when I did my research of Rishi Sunak, I hit a criminal conservative, the Association of Conservative Clubs, I think it was called, criminal organisation that linked almost immediately into the collaboration with the Russian government, which linked in with the Flemings. I then found connections to Ukraine via the Flemings involved in all of this with Russia. So you've got a collaborative deception involving all of these world leaders against you all. So we have this Gravesend one. Christopher Martin Barnes connects Borough of Gravesend Conservative Club Limited to several companies, including Low Cost Wheels Limited. All criminal companies having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, the company where I was removed from as a director in Dorset after I refused to file the forged bank documents. This supports the forgery of wills, which is almost certainly going to be a part of this for estates as part of their criminal agenda. Ronald Todd is shown as one of the directors, and there appears to be a variation duplicate record connecting to two companies on a separate search. One of these companies is Amavan Healthy Communities Limited, whose directors connect to various rugby league companies that feature throughout the fraud, and to Projects Beyond Borders Limited, where they resigned in December 2019, the same month as the supposed COVID outbreak. The company was incorporated in 2014. Yvonne Farrand connects Projects Beyond Borders Limited. Remember, this is all linking in with the immigration agenda as well, and I've already passport companies into the international government fraud, birth certificate fraud, all by our governments involving the police, intelligence agencies, MPs, councillors, heads of government organisations, police and crime commissioners, chief constables. They are all implicated. Even Nigel Farage, I'm sorry to say. Yvonne Farrand connects Projects Beyond Borders Limited to Crompton House Church of England Multi-Academy Trust, where they were appointed in 2012 and resigned in October 2022. So we've now got a religious connection. Remember, we've got the falsified prophecies linking in with the Vatican, where we now have this company. Now, they were appointed in 2012, the same year that the Higgs boson or God particle was supposedly discovered by CERN. I actually think they failed to achieve what they were hoping with that technology, and they resigned in October 2022, which is the exact same month when I'm starting to really escalate the forgery through my inquiries at Exbourne Manor, the exposure, of the forgery. And it's exactly the same month, I don't know if it's the same day, actually, I should check that Parolin, Petro Parolin, held a meeting, an interfaith world meeting, and he links in with the prophecy of the Pope's research that I've done. That's that exact same month. The company was incorporated in July 2011, which is between the related Christchurch earthquake and the supposed death of Jimmy Savile. The company is a criminal company with Winkworth Sherwood LLP on page 16 of its incorporation document. Now, that company, Winkworth Sherwood LLP, is a criminal company, and that was also used for the high-speed railway 2 companies, okay, which gives them the ability through that project to launder money from you, stolen from the masses, and launder it and funnel it through into their criminal agenda. So we now have a link to the religious establishments. Jonathan Scott Swift connects Crompton House Church of England Multi-Academy Trust to Finney Swift Limited, that was incorporated in 2013 and dissolved on the 1st December this year as the exposure continued. Swift is the name of the criminal is the name of the criminal international transaction system used in the fraud. There are various Swift surnames on the incorporation document for this. Now, the Swift International Transaction System they've been using for this fraud was actually started to be used in 1973, which is the same year that the World Trade Center disaster was finished. It's being built. And they started building it in 1966, which is the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan. Maureen Patricia Swift in the People Record connects Finney Swift Limited to Pensions and Lifetime Savings Association, that was incorporated in 1973, the same year that Swift started, and the World Trade Center disaster, as I said. Its registered address is Queen Elizabeth House, and they seem to ensure that there is a royal reference throughout much of the fraud. From here, there are major connections to the fraud, including Graham Keith Allen connecting to London Stock Exchange PLC, featured in other research, and Ronald John Amy connecting to various Santander companies that link to the Flemings. And he has direct link also to Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP, which is the exact same company on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, that links practically all areas of my research together. And on that incorporation document is a Monk's investment company, which is linking back into the prophecies again, and the Iona prophecy specifically. There's a lot more evidence in relation to that. I suspect the Fillery names are alias names or family members of Sidney Fillery. This creates further religious connections to support the falsified prophecy agenda. The search of Sidney Fillery, remember, we're looking for one of the people's names in the Daniel Morgan murder. The research for Sidney Fillery also reveals D.A. Fillery Insurance Services, Southern Limited, that was incorporated in 1985 and is on in the process of liquidation. Again, in other words, closing the company as the exposure continues. It has Derek Anthony Fillery and Maureen Winifred Filley, an address in Sevenoaks in Kent. So we already had the other link to the Fillery in Kent. We've now got another link to a Fillery in a different part of Kent. It has Messrs Williams and Co. Accountants and other DA companies on its incorporation document. Company's House has hidden much of the information, including the people record for this company. All right, so I suspect they're realizing, oh dear, Gary's connecting everything here. We need to block a lot of the information on Company's House. Now, that goes against Company's House own main reason they're there, is to provide information to the public on companies. And here they are blocking loads of information as the exposure continues. A separate search for Derek Anthony Fillery reveals a record for a Simon Derek Anthony Fillery connected to Sci-Fi Diversity Limited and Mind Out LGB plus T Mental Health Project, where they resigned in 2023 as it was exposed in the fraud. The company was actually incorporated on the 16th of November 2010, which is days before CERN Limited was created, and makes reference to transgenderism, which appears to be part of the inverted deception against all of creation. Fraser Matthew Woodward connects Mind Out LGBT plus T, in other words, the transgenderism at the end there, mental health project to Brighton and Hove Citizens Advice Bureau, with citizens advice featuring throughout the fraud and appearing to have been centralised to it to help prevent its exposure at an early stage. So everyone, or a lot of people, get directed to citizen advice for legal advice. Well, that straight away gives them the ability, if that person risks exposing their criminal network, then that gives the ability for them to silence those individuals. Vicky Jane Hayward Cripps connects this company to Sussex Emmaus, where they were appointed in February 2019 and resigned in September 2024 as the exposure continued. The company was incorporated in 1995 again, same year as Hacklow International Advisory Board, and is a criminal company with John Jeremy Arthur Chowdhury, the London Law Agency, and 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, London. Now, this now makes direct connections to the case of Madeleine McCann, direct connections to Keir Starmer, whose company, the Death Penalty Project Limited, is a criminal organisation, and it makes direct connections via Bates Wells and Braithwaite's to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales again. All right, now the Temple address is very important, 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, because that address links multiple areas of my research, including to my family, to the evidence or information provided by Vanessa Emery, who claims to be the real heir to the throne, and the infiltration of the royal family. And it links into the dreams that I had, some visions that I had in relation to all of this, which can't be explained unless it is some sort of divine intervention, I believe. Peter Ernest Goldsmith connects Emmaus to Grace Air Foundation. Now, that's a member of the Goldsmith family, it would seem, who are a huge family in all of this. Okay, shown right throughout my research, and they are linked in with the Rothschilds. So it's huge. There's an article that suggests that James Goldsmith was the real father of Princess Diana, and Dougie Smith, who's the special advisor for the last few UK prime ministers, used to work for James Goldsmith, and he's been arrested for threats to kill involving a firearm. He's been he started up Fever Sex Parties, which was an open orgy fest for under 40-year-olds, and according to Nadine Dorries, he practices the dark arts. There's a lot more on the Fillery research, but I want to move on to another subject. But before we do that, I just want to see if there's any questions here. So if anyone's got any questions, put them in there now if you've not already done so. And I'll see if I can answer some questions. I spoke to a Jewish guy who worked in telecommunications towers, and he confirmed 5G was installed and that it was a weapon against humanity. It certainly appears that way. This is why I publicly disabled a cell tower. Gary, on sort of worldly, transcendental, inaudible aromatic substance, do you think the way that Joe Neport changed the system of the... I don't know about that person, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. That baby video that you showed was horrendous for adrenochrome. You know which goes to the top level. Yes, it's, I'd love to say that this is all a deception, the adrenochrome and the blood of the tortured children, but it appears there's too much evidence to suggest that it's really going on. And it's actually a massive part of all of this, it seems. I'm sorry to say, and your money will be being used for that industry of the tortured children and the blood. And remember, this is appearing to link in with the Christmas side of things as well, and the mockery that actually the 25th of December. Now, like I keep saying, I want to do a little bit more research around this, but it is appearing as though it was a complete mockery, and they have done that deliberately to mock humanity so that you celebrate the actual taking of children's lives. On the day of children's lives being taken. He said that to Emma, you are the creator. Hi, William Wallace. Thanks for your message. I can confirm that 5G, which is coming out soon, is 100 times worse. Then, this needs to be disabled, doesn't it? The weapon is total loss of privacy. They've already released 6G in my area in the States. I can only eat I can only eat fruit. Anything else upsets my system. You know, people really need to start acting with all of this information and evidence now. Now, if I had been able to turn up at court and not believe that I was going to be murdered, I'd be going and I'd be trying to arrest these people here. The trouble I've got is if there's an arrest warrant for me for failing to appear at the court, it might be a little bit fruitless. It may be a little bit pointless in me doing it. They're just going to literally arrest me for failing to appear. But that doesn't mean other people can't do it and shouldn't be doing it. Should be doing it. They should be doing it. How do I deal with Kent Police? Well, everything's criminal. So non-compliance, you know, as hard as that is to implement in theory because of the fear side of things, non-compliance, but also the strategy that I'm telling you about or advising you to do, shall we say. Guys, what is Prince Harry and Pizzagate allegations, please? Oh my goodness, it's a whole, we'll be here hours talking about it, but basically it links in with the Red Shoe Society of McDonald's and the Red Shoe Club and the Vatican again, where the popes had a tradition of wearing red shoes, which looks as though it's part of a Red Shoe Club, where they, according to the information and the research, and it is appearing to be the case from what I've seen in my evidence, where they're skinning children alive and making shoes out of their skin. Now, I obviously took that as a pinch of salt and needed to see a lot more evidence. Well, now I can't ignore it. I cannot ignore it. Pizzagate scandal involved the allegations of Hillary Clinton, or information suggesting Hillary Clinton and others were involved in the skinning of a girl alive. I've now pretty much confirmed that that's now all linked into this international government fraud, and I've found loads of other skin companies. Okay, so you've got Skinner's Academy, you've got the Worshipful Company of Skinners, whose motto is something like "All glory be to God." Now, they were involved in supposedly animal skins and fur, but now they're involved in educational establishments. Why would they be involved in educational establishments? Okay, there's lots of other research. And then I found, okay, how did I find out about it first of all? I was coming in from the World Wide Web research. So the World Wide Web was started for CERN in 1989. And the creator of the World Wide Web is Tim Berners-Lee, and he lived in Wimborne in Dorset, which is the same village where the Flemings lived, who initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor. His companies that he worked for after CERN were based in Bournemouth and Ferndown, I believe, and they linked straight to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited as well. So he created the World Wide Web for CERN. So I found a company called World Wide Web Foundation that was created in, I think, 2004, 2003, I can't remember, but it dissolved this year as my exposure was continuing. Within that company, there was one company away via a leg mason company, which I've now just identified again. We're going to be talking about that if I'm on here. I don't know if I'll get a chance to mention it tonight. There's a leg mason company in the research of the serial killers and murders. Well, there was a leg mason company that I found coming in from the World Wide Web Foundation. Within there was a company called JP Morgan. Sorry, there is JP Morgan Limited, but there's also a company called Harry's Shoes Limited. Now, Harry's Shoes Limited originally started, incorporated on Companies House within days of the World Trade Center disaster. I can't remember the exact date. It's in my document. It then changed its name 6 days after Madeleine McCann went missing. Okay, Harry's Shoes Limited. You go into that company, you have royal family companies. So we can assume that that's Harry, as in Prince Harry's shoes that we're talking about there. And within there, you have JP Morgan Limited. Now, in July 2019, the lead up to the COVID deception, Jeffrey Epstein, well, first of all, in April, you had the supposed arrest of Julian Assange in April. In July 2019, you had the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein, and you also had a protest that took place in Wuhan regarding the incinerator plant going up in China. That same month, within days of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest, an article was publicised that Prince Harry was wearing the same pair of shoes for a prolonged period of time. Now, JP Morgan Limited also link almost immediately, I found later, to the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce company that I identified, which is a criminal organisation and links almost immediately to Jimmy Savile, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, Princess Anne, Princess Beatrice, the main Freemason lodge, crime all the way through it, fraud all the way through it. Within the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce company, you have the JP Morgan Limited again. All right, so that makes the connection to Harry's shoes now via that research. Within there, they've tried to hide it, but there's a connection to Italian earthquake companies. Now, this ties Madeleine McCann, I believe, into the falsified prophecies involving the collider technology and their plan to create an inversion of all of creation using the collider technology. And there's an article that came out on the 18th of December that says that they are still trying now to build a future circular collider program, which is a hadron or a collider that's three times bigger than the Large Hadron Collider, even though people have come out and said previously that the technology risks creating a black hole on Earth. I'm just looking for my chargers. Bear with me. So I've also found skin companies, shall we say, linking in with Ghislaine Maxwell, immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell, linking back in with Prince William, Prince Harry, Princess King Charles, and Prince William as well. Link almost immediately to skinning company or Skinners. It's called the Skinners Academy, and there's key areas where the skin connections tie in with the apparent crimes against children. There's a lot more to it, but that's a big part of it. Now, this would explain why Julia Vandalt was sent in to me to make me try and believe that Madeleine McCann was still alive. And it looks like they set up some company's house records based on the information that she provided to distract from the evidence that I might find that I've just told you about. Now, Julia Vandalt, claimed to have had a vision about the end of the world, an apocalyptic event of the world exploding, but she wouldn't tell anyone else about it. This tied in at the same time with somebody else being sent to give me the same information of the vision, and how that linked in with missing nuclear weapons and the world being destroyed through a collaborative attack on humanity involving nuclear weapons. So yeah, there's a lot more to it. Sorry, that's a big... Diana and Dodi's family were wealth like even she had never seen before. Was wealth like. Yeah, there's loads and loads of evidence I've got in relation to Princess Diana, linking with the AIDS organisations as well that are all part of this agenda against humanity. That actually, the AIDS companies now also, which I've done a whole section on the COVID response with America and how that ties into the COVID outbreak in Wuhan, and it's all connected to this fraud. It's just overwhelming. It really is. But what was I going to say with that? It was something I was going to mention. Oh yeah, and that links in with the AIDS organisations, and that you then hit connections back to the transgender agenda within there. Massively links in with the AIDS research. All tying in with the COVID side of things, because obviously you had the same people supposedly trying to stop AIDS, I believe was all part of the criminal deception against us all, that was involved in trying to stop the COVID situation. Gary, I have never witnessed strength as I have whilst watching you and what you've been through. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. You know, I'm being guided. There's no other explanation. I shouldn't even be able to function. It's been extremely challenging. I've lost practically everything, but I'm still fighting for the truth and producing the evidence, and I'm still very hopeful about it, to be honest with you. Thank you, very kindly. I beg to differ. Where did the towers go? Thanks, DJ Tatty. We'll check that out. Wanting to help. Yeah, well, you need the document first of all, so email me on GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. That's GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. The strategy in there, I urge everybody to follow the strategy. If everybody did that, it would be over. We'd stop this, and we would prevent this from ever happening again. I'm almost certain of it. What are the crimes against children? Well, hopefully I've answered that. But what you've got is a system of money laundering, deliberately facilitating the abuse, sexual abuse, skinning alive of children, and the blood of children. You just think of the most awful things that could happen to children, and the system that's in place is deliberately facilitating that. There's a vast amount of money involved in the suffering of children, a vast amount. And unfortunately, the information is suggesting that a big part of this is people willing to pay lots of money online to control what happens to these children during live streaming. I'm sorry to say. Red Rooms, if you haven't heard of Red Rooms. April Fools, the Masonic New Year. Is your phone now monitored so they know where you are at all times? I'm sure they had time to do what they need to do. It was able to do that. Well, I'm still here. So they either know where I am and they don't believe they can do anything to me. There's a very high likelihood that I'm going to be somebody fairly significant in all of this in terms of my bloodline or something like that. And probably they know that. But obviously, of course, I need to make sure that I can keep going as long as I can. And I need to try and protect myself, which is why I'm living in a tent, which is not easy at the moment. What dreams and visions did I have? Okay, so somebody gave me evidence of the Ninth Circle group, linking in with the Vatican and the royal family, hunting children down, torturing them, and then murdering them. Now, I hadn't really heard of the Ninth Circle group until then, but I went to sleep that night, or the night after, I can't remember, and I suddenly had a dream that I was in a McDonald's restaurant. And the dream was I was quite content and happy. And then suddenly I had an overwhelming feeling of deceit and deception, and it woke me up. And within the dream, there was Ronald McDonald, the clown, and I was in this McDonald's restaurant. Now, when I was a kid, I used to get taken to McDonald's in Chatham High Street, and we used to have kids' parties there on plastic seats that I think were mushroom-shaped, sat around a plastic tree in the middle of this restaurant. Anyway, it woke me up. And I don't normally remember my dreams at all. It woke me up about 5 or 6 in the morning. And I thought, okay, a bit later, maybe an hour or two later, I thought, right, I'm going to research the Ninth Circle. No one had ever said anything about any clowns in relation to the Ninth Circle. Researched the Ninth Circle. The first thing that came up was a clown called Art the Clown, that was the main character in a movie called Ninth Circle that came out in 2008. Now, 2008 is the year that the Large Hadron Collider was first activated in Switzerland for the first time, okay? And when I researched Ninth Circle and CERN, how that related, it came up with so I'm very against artificial intelligence, and I advise everybody, do not use artificial intelligence on purpose. It is part of the inversion against all of creation. However, an artificial intelligence link came up at the top when I searched this, and it said that the Ninth Circle is the name given to a malfunction in the machinery at CERN by the technical people. But also, they either call it, according to this AI article, the Ninth Circle, or they call it hell. Now, I screenshot that, sent it to a couple of people. I haven't been able to find it ever since. Now, that could be that the creator has given me, through all of this evidence, the information to tell humanity that, look, if we carry on with CERN and this technology, then it is going to bring hell on earth, or it's going to create the end of everything. And it appears that is what is the case with this technology, according to all of my research. So that then prompted me to research McDonald's, which I hadn't really delved into much from then. And from McDonald's, I found so many important connections. They were changing the company's names of Ronald McDonald House. They were changing children's charities' names, as I was exposing all of the fraud that I found out about, all linking in with key areas in Scotland. Remember, Scotland is where the main Freemasons Lodge is based, in Edinburgh. And then I found information suggesting the children being put into the food chain, including McDonald's. McDonald's was part of the Red Shoe Society, Okay, and McDonald's also linked immediately into the research, along with Jeffrey Epstein and the Flemings, of the cell tower overlooking Fort William in Scotland that I went up to, took photographs of the company names on the machinery, researched those company names. One of them was AJ Power, which links straight into the military. This is from a cell tower overlooking Fort William in Scotland. So if you're in Fort William, I advise you to disable that cell tower. I couldn't do it. It was too big for just me alone. The other company was called NERA. And NERA goes back. It was created, I think, if I remember correctly, in 1966, which is the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan. And from there, I've just literally hit all of the key areas of the fraud, including McDonald's, coming in from that cell tower. The Wales Foundation, is that the same from Charles, or did it change when current Wales became that? Are they all knowingly participating in these crimes? I believe the royals are fake. I believe they've been positioned as part of this agenda against creation, and it looks as though the infiltration of the royals took place involving the Cray twins, who were involved in organised crime. They were involved in incestuous activity with each other. You may not know that. There's an actual article about it in my document, and they were involved also with worldwide mafia organisations, which will link in with the Vatican in terms of the Italian mafia as well. So what was your question? So this company that links all areas of the fraud, it was created on I think it was the end of September 2009. This is the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Its original name was something like Harry and William, which ties back in with what I've been talking about Harry. Now that company was created within 2 weeks of me becoming a director for Expoor Manor Freehold Limited. And the Flemings involved in that company now are linked to the royal family. They're linked into Prince Charles and into William and Harry, etc. It then changed its name at key times. Okay, so one of those name changes, it was incorporated in 2009. In 2009, it's important also to mention, is that was the year of the release of the second movie of the Da Vinci Code called Angels and Demons. And that movie was about CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, and also about the Vatican. The first movie was released in 2006, which was when I transferred from Kent to Dorset, not knowing anyone at all. And that was about a deception within Christianity where the real bloodline of Christ is still alive here on earth today. So that company, the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, then changed its name in July 2012, which is the same month that CERN discovered the Higgs boson, a God particle. It then changed its name at another key times. Now, it's still an active company, and if you look at page 40 of the incorporation document for that company, which is on the filing history, you will see a page of companies, which is probably the most critical, I suppose, connection in all of this, because all of my research practically hits that document very, very quickly because of the different companies on there. It links with my family. So, yeah, I don't know if that answered the question. Gary, I only do YouTube. I don't want to lose you. Oh, thank you. Very kind. Well, I'm on TikTok as well, which is Gary. Gary, the Truth Sets Us Free. They've just removed my main TikTok channel. Okay, but I urge everybody to join Gary. The Truth Sets Us Free, because a lot of my evidence is going on there, and I'm actually probably going to go on a live stream there after this, because people can actually come on the panel and talk to me and ask questions on there. Gary, have you perused Kevin Arnett and Annett and thoughts? Yes, I'm aware of this. If you're not aware of Kevin Arnett, he's claiming that the King and various others, including Donald Trump, I believe, have been found, or they're going to be arrested. I can't remember whether they've been found guilty at People's Court for crimes against children, or they've got an arrest warrant. I think there's definitely an arrest warrant, according to Kevin Arnett. The trouble is, he's not talking about the company's house fraud. And the trouble is, he hasn't responded to me. Now, that means he could have been positioned to make us believe that these people are going to go to prison to make you believe everything's been resolved. Now, this will not be resolved until a new system is put in place that will prevent this from ever happening again. And my evidence and my strategy will enable that to happen. So it won't matter what leadership you have, the system will protect the children and will protect all of creation moving forward. So, yeah, not too sure what to make of that. I mean, obviously, it's better than nothing saying about these people, but it could well be a time delay to make you think something's being done, all right, so that you don't do anything. If you go to court, as many witnesses as possible, Gary, they do not like witnesses. Well, they don't allow people in as witnesses a lot of the time, for starters. And let's face it, they will not. They've already shown this through the evidence. They will not allow me to lay my evidence through their legal system. They won't do it because it'll be committing complete suicide of the world's system. The whole system will collapse. This is why they didn't even interview me. That was a big sign. I repeatedly asked to be interviewed in relation to the disablement of the cell tower. They never interviewed me. And then refused to even provide their names or loads of other information. I'm going to be doing another video on my YouTube soon about this, going into a lot more detail. I've got a big statement, as you know. Some of you will know, you've probably seen. Well, I'm going to go into detail as to the warning signs why we know they're not going to allow this to be exposed through their legal system. You keep out of sight, Gary. You are what they fear, and the one who can bring all of the evidence to the people. And more people are finding out their crimes. Thanks, Derek. Really appreciate it. You're right. I mean, this isn't about me. The evidence that I've got, though, will change the world forever. It already is. But the trouble is, because nobody's doing anything, it's allowing them time to work out how they can potentially get out of this. Do not engage. You have the right to remain silent. Keep that right. Yeah, absolutely. Non-compliance of the entire system is now necessary. Good evening, Air Force. Thanks very much for your comment. I'm just trying to catch up on them. Yes, Stephen Hawking visited CERN multiple times and he studied black holes. I find that deeply concerning. Not only did he study black holes, when you look at the thesis of the expansion of the universe, it links to 1966, the Church of Satan date foundation. There's actually an article that says he wanted and was actively trying to get CERN to create a black hole here on Earth. Okay, now the end of the Mayan calendar, they speculated that may involve the creation of a black hole on Earth, here on Earth, create the end of the world. That was before, obviously, 2012. That's when they speculated the end of the Mayan calendar was. Actually, it did end 21st of December 2012, I believe it was, which interestingly is the exact same date. Now, this is just a little bit of a interesting fact. The exact same date that Disney took over Star Wars, which is actually probably going to be very relevant. So that was the date that they speculate that the end of the Mayan calendar happened, and it was the 19th of April 2012 that a meeting took place with Jeffrey Epstein, Stephen Hawking and CERN scientists, and it was the 4th of July when CERN supposedly discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. Now, when you go back to 2009, what I just told you about, remember you had the movie Angels and Demons came out. You also had the movie 2012 came out, which was about earthquakes and tsunamis and an apocalyptic event on Earth. Well, that then fits in with the evidence of David Icke, who said in 1991 that the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. And I've linked to the intelligence agencies, and that was the year before the the Catholic Church became a legal entity and Companies House started to become an electronic register. So I'm thinking I might get back to some evidence because, I love to read evidence, and anyone that actually listens to this back, they can verify all of this. Although it's going to be in my document anyway, you can actually, if you just want to do it from the video, you can just listen to it and verify the evidence. Now, like I've said, I urge all of you to email me on GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com to get a copy of this document. It is the most important evidential document on the planet at the moment. I mean, it clearly is. It's linking absolutely everything together, and it's proving everything that I'm saying. So it's extremely important that people get this document. So email me on GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com, please. There's lots more research I could do in relation to the Daniel Morgan murder, but I'll move on to another subject just to show you how interconnected all of this is. Let me just go back a little bit to my right screenshot. What should we come in from? This is some of my very recent research that I've been doing. So it is working progress at the moment. Where should we go? Peter Sutcliffe. Let's talk about Peter Sutcliffe. Just to show you how this is all connected and how you've all been deceived for a very, very long time. Just go back to the beginning where it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is actually very important. But it actually ties in with what we've already been talking about from Peter Sutcliffe. So Peter Sutcliffe was an apparent serial killer convicted in, I believe he was actually finally convicted in 2010. I need to firm that up. But he was initially arrested in 1981 for his supposed murders of women and particularly prostitutes in the areas, I believe, of Manchester and Yorkshire. And he was actually named the Yorkshire Ripper. Sutcliffe confessed, supposedly saying that the voice of God had sent him on a mission to kill. Now, remember, we've got irrefutable connections here to Christianity and an infiltration of Christianity, it seems, and also the Church of Satan in all of this. The basis of his defence at court was that he claimed to be the tool of God's will. Sutcliffe was said to have heard voices that ordered him to kill prostitutes while working as a gravedigger, which he claimed originated from the headstone of a Polish man, and then there's the name here, that the voices were that of God. Now, this, we've obviously got the MK Ultra program, which ties into all of this, and that links back into my family as well. So whether Peter Sutcliffe was somehow being controlled through some sort of mind control program, and any of you that doesn't think that's real, is very real mind control, okay, through very simplistically, the flickering of images is a good example of this in your television, so that subliminally or subconsciously consciously you won't identify what's flickering on that screen as quickly while you're watching your television program, but subconsciously your brain will take it in and will program you. That's a very simple, basic example of the sort of mind control systems that our governments will be using. And the MK Ultra program stemmed from the Nazi regime, which is a huge part in all of this. Operation Paperclip in the 1940s, which then led into the MK Ultra program involving the intelligence agencies. There's a lot we could say on that. But Peter, following Sutcliffe's conviction, the government ordered a review of the Ripper investigation conducted by Inspector of Constabulary Lawrence Byford, known as the Byford Report. The findings were made fully public in 2006 and confirmed the validity of the criticism of the force. The report led to the changes to investigate procedure that were adopted across the British police forces. Since his conviction, Sutcliffe has been linked to a number of other unsolved crimes. A Company's House, we'll come to that in a minute. Not only did the Byford report, we mention this a bit more later if I get to it, but it changed investigations around the world. It wasn't just in the United Kingdom on how serial killers were dealt with. Well, this gave them the ability to cover up the investigations of serial killers through that centralisation of the fraud. And I think as we move forward, you'll understand and see why I'm saying that in all of this. So a Company's House search through Google, all right, just by searching Peter Sutcliffe Company's House within Google, shows a record for Peter Sutcliffe with no data connected to 6 companies, including IMI Yorkshire Transport Limited. All right, so it makes the connection to Yorkshire where Sutcliffe was prominent, where they were appointed, according to this, in 1997. Now, you have to remember the falsification in everything is massive, okay? They're using variations. I suspect a lot of people aren't even going to prison, and they're making you believe that they are going to prison, that are all involved in this collaborative deception against all of humanity. So we have this appointment in 1997, which is the same year, don't forget, that Princess Diana died and the original founder of the Church of Satan, leading up to the World Trade Center disaster and the collaborative attack against all of creation surrounding that event. And they resigned, according to this, in March 2001, leading up to the World Trade Center disaster. And this was obviously, if you're not already aware, then on the 24th of July 2001 is when, what's his name? Larry Silverstein acquired the lease for the World Trade Center building, the only time that it ever changed hands in the entire history of that building. And it was September that year when the building collapsed. It was all planned, everybody. And resigned. So they resigned in March 2001. The company was incorporated in 1984, and according to the overview, its name was changed in 1988. This is the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN. It connects immediately to key areas of the fraud and Tommy Robinson by D&D Law Agency Services Limited on its incorporation document that dissolved in 2024 after I exposed it. This is D&D Law Agency Limited. Now, that company is the exact same company that related to my... So earlier I told you about the dream, but I was also looking through the research of the World Trade Center disaster right back in 2023 and thinking, well, what's fire and brimstone about in all of this? What, in the Bible, it talks about the second coming and fire and brimstone. And I was thinking, well, what's this all about? Is it going to be a nuclear war? And, I'm putting everybody at risk, myself, my family, and what I'm doing. What's this whole brimstone about and fire? Turned the page, and there was the word brimstone in a company address, and it was D&D Law Agency Limited that links to 84 Temple. That ties back in with my dream that I had regarding McDonald's, and I knew from that point that was a sign that I needed to keep going no matter what. That this was the key to everything on Earth to ensure that we resolve all of the world's problems. And D&D Law Agency links immediately to Tommy Robinson's previous or other name that he had of Stephen Laxley Lennon. And then from Tommy Robinson, it links back into the infiltration of the royal family, back into my family, into the paedophile information exchange as well via the research. So we have this D&D Law Agency company already linking in with the name Peter Sutcliffe. Now, IMI on that company stands for Imperial Metal Industries. And that was originally founded in 1962. And according to other research, IMI purchased Jessup Saville. Yep, Saville, the name Saville, in 1967, making it the only titanium producer in Britain. Now, IMI was, as I've said, originally founded in 1962. Well, that's the same year as the infiltration of the real royal family. It's also the same, according to the research, it's also the same year that the main Siemens company was incorporated on Companies House, which is massively part of this because the Siemens company links into the Nazi regime as well, which then means you've got the link to the MK Ultra program again. So this company, a separate search shows Jessup Saville. Remember, we've just linked IMI via the research to Jessup Saville. Jessup Saville Limited was incorporated in 1987. And it dissolved in January 2020. This is a month after the supposed COVID outbreak. It's also the same month that Prince William suddenly goes to America to distance himself from the royal family. Bearing in mind what we said about July in 2019, leading up to that point with this shoe evidence that I've told you about. A filing history entry from May 2018 confirms that it is connected to the fraud by one new change that often links with Allen and Overy and Morlaw. So this is on this Jessup Saville company we're talking about that links to IMI. Desmond John Kavanagh connects Jessup Saville Limited to 10 companies, including St. Mary's Catholic High School Academy, making the link back into the Vatican and the Catholic Church. And this was the St. Mary's Catholic High School Academy Trust that was incorporated on the 15th of June 2012. This was less than a month before CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson, a God particle, in Switzerland. William Hayes connects this company to 10 companies, including Hunting Bray Limited. It was incorporated at an important year of 1990, and it dissolved in March 2012. It links to the fraud by McKenna & Co. of Queen Victoria Street on its incorporation document. McKenna & Co. links very quickly to Donald Trump, Jimmy Savile, and the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce company that I told you about earlier via the research. Various directors connect Hunting Bray Limited to AWE PLC, which relates to atomic weapons, and is shown in the research of Peter Gilmore, the High Priest of the Church of Satan, positioned in 2001, and also links to Dodi Al-Fayed, as I told you about earlier. So this is coming in from Peter Sutcliffe. We now have a link to what I was telling you about earlier. Referring back to IMI Yorkshire Transport Limited, the exact same company with the name Peter Sutcliffe in it, John O'Shea connects to 46 companies, including IMI Holdings Limited, that was incorporated as Manchester and Metropolitan Investment Trust Public Limited in 1973, the same year that the World Trade Center building was finished being built. And it dissolved in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. It has OYES Services Limited on its incorporation document, making important connections throughout the document, including to Jeffrey Epstein, Max Clifford, and the special advisor for the last few prime ministers, Douglas Smith. Now, that makes a connection to Manchester, coming in from that Peter Sutcliffe name. So we've got a Yorkshire and a Manchester connection, linking in with missing nuclear weapons, in with the serial killer Peter Sutcliffe research, into practically everything that's being connected here. This company now creates that quick connection, as I've said, to Peter Sutcliffe, Manchester and Yorkshire, where the Sutcliffe murders took place. I think 2 were in Manchester and the rest, were in Yorkshire. These are the same locations featuring in the research of an organisation called Christian Warfare, and possible missing women by rivers with similarities in their cases to Nicola Bulley in Lancashire in 2023, as shown elsewhere in the document. The Nicola Bulley case is 100% because of this international government fraud. Every single bit of research surrounding Nicola Bulley linked into the same companies in the international government fraud and the falsified prophecies tying in with the Collider technology. So if she really did die, it looks as though because she had an argument with her husband, didn't she, Paul Ansell, before she went missing. It may be because he worked for BAE Systems. He disclosed something to her about some of this. She was going to speak about it, and then they unalived her. It's possible. This would explain, because you also have, I think we're coming from it later, the main lead investigating officer was, what's his name? Peter Lawson. And Peter Lawson was found dead, untimely death at the age of 50 in his home address. He was the lead investigating officer for the Nicola Bulley case. And the Chief Constable Rowley, is it Simon Rowley? Can't remember. Chris Rowley. Yeah, Chris Rowley. Mark Rowley is the Chief Constable of Metropolitan Police, very likely related. And Chris Rowley was the Chief Constable of Lancashire, which is where Nicola Bulley went missing. And he resigned after criticism of the case. It will all be because of this. So, yeah, you had all of these other women that went missing, some before Nicola Bulley, some or many afterwards. And I suspect they were trying to hide similar incidents with the same sort of modus operandi or system of method, shall we say, of these women going missing to hide the importance of Nicola Bulley. It's quite possible that a lot of these other missing women were staged to hide the importance of Nicola Bulley in all of this. But from this Christian Warfare organisation I researched, I then made connections to Charlie Veitch, to Charlie Veitch's girlfriend, which links back in with all of this. And through those that area of research, you hit key organisations, including, that's how I found the Worshipful Company of Skinners. And I found connections to the Something Mystery of London, which links into the, not the Rock, it does link to the Rothschilds, but it's actually related to the Goldsmiths, which then goes back to Princess Diana. So John O'Shea also connects to IMI PLC, that was incorporated as Imperial Metal Industries Limited in 1962, same year as the main Siemens company was incorporated, and that is linked to Jeffrey Epstein via the Edge Foundation, immediately via that Siemens company. The filing history for this company shows that in December 2022, its register and address was changed. This is the same month that I made my initial report to the authorities regarding the fraud. Victoria Mary Hull connects IMI PLC to Serco PLC, with Serco featured in the research elsewhere. Gary James Allen connects IMI PLC to London Stock Exchange. We'd already found that connection to London Stock Exchange earlier. Okay. And Temple Bar Trust Investment Trust PLC. Sorry, I think I've got too many trusts there. Temple Bar Investment Trust PLC, I believe that is, making important connections. This is all coming in from the Peter Sutcliffe name. Okay, it's not going to be a coincidence. Alan also connects to Birmingham Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and all Chamber of Commerce industry companies appear to be compromised by the fraud. Kevin Stanley Beeston connects IMI PLC to 33 companies, including Ipswich football companies and Preston companies, including and prison companies, including Premier Prison Services Limited. Remember what I've been saying about falsifying prison people being in prison, and also the ability to put people in prison to silence them that may be exposing this international government fraud. Well, here we are. We now have a Premier Services Limited company along with lots of other prison companies, and that was incorporated in 1992, which is the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. And it dissolved in May 2012, which is 2 months before CERN discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. It has Swift Credit Services Limited on its incorporation document. Swift is the name of the international transaction system used in the fraud. Beeston also connects to other prison companies and Serco International Limited that was incorporated in 1988, and it dissolved in July this year, at the same time as other huge movements took place as the exposure continued. This includes the main currency producer, De La Rue, coming off the London Stock Exchange that we've just mentioned for the first time since 1947, which is when the doomsday clock was also created. And it was purchased by a company called Atlas Holdings, and Atlas Holdings Limited, there's information that I've got to suggest that links to missing nuclear weapons. Bear in mind what we've just spoken about, the AWE, the Atomic Weapons Company, as well. Beeston also connects to Serco Group Limited, that was incorporated in 1986, has a registered address in Hampshire, and is a criminal company with Mavis June Latter and Jordans and Sons Limited on its incorporation document. The search, that name, Mavis June Latter, links straight to the research of Mohammed Al Fayed. On one of the Harrods companies, you have the exact name, Mavis June Latter. And Mavis June Latter also links to Swift Incorporations Limited, which is the company on the Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited incorporation document. So that immediately connects key areas in all of this. The search for Sutcliffe through Google also revealed a Peter George William Sutcliffe connected to Beer House Investments Limited that was incorporated on the 30th of September 2022. As I was escalating inquiries, and just over 3 weeks after the Queen's supposed death, it is shown as being in the process of being struck from the register, and has companies made simple on its incorporation document, connecting to the research of the Paedophile Information Exchange and the World Trade Center disaster. When searching Peter Sutcliffe within Companies House itself, there are many name records with variations of dates of birth. According to Wikipedia, his date of birth was June 1946, but it is obvious that all alias records are being created and variations of details deliberately being used by the government's organisations regarding the fraud. A record to a Peter Sutcliffe born in March 1949 connects to Oxford Court Gursley Management Company Limited that was incorporated in and connects immediately to the fraud by York Place Companies on the incorporation document. Lawrence Trapnell Wood connects this company to Yorkshire Union of Golf Clubs Limited, making an immediate connection to Yorkshire where Sutcliffe was prominent, and although I've not focused on them, golf clubs have featured significantly throughout the fraud, and of course Donald Trump is linked to golf clubs in Scotland. Lawrence, I've done that. Susan Christine Lavenot connects Oxford Court, that company, to 75 others, including Close Film Sale and Leaseback LLP, which makes critical connections throughout the fraud and to the intelligence agencies and the Satanic Temple United Kingdom Company, as shown throughout the document. Laverick also connects to many media companies, including Blackpool Broadcasting Limited, Lancashire Broadcasting Limited, and Lancashire Evening Post Limited, the area where the royal family appears to have been infiltrated at Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Another record for Peter Sutcliffe connects to Ardennal Agencies Limited that was incorporated in October 2009, not long after the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And on the 27th of September 2011, almost a month to the day before the apparent death of Jimmy Savile, Jake dissolved, I believe. I haven't put what happened. just put the date. Oh, that's annoying. I'll have to go back into that. Jacob Yomtov is on the incorporation document and people record and is used throughout the fraud as shown throughout my document. Another variation record for a Peter Sutcliffe connects to Yomtov again. All right, so this tells us they're using it's linked to the same things. Okay. Another record for Peter Sutcliffe connects Lynham Beer House with a beer house company having recently been featured. As we said, it has a registered address in Lancashire, was incorporated in 2023 and is in the process of being struck from the register. So what they're doing is they're realising I'm making all of these connections. They're trying to get rid of all of these companies, you see, because I'm exposing everything. The incorporation document has only Sutcliffe's name and companies made simple, linking back to the paedophile information exchange and the research of the World Trade Center disaster. Another record for Peter Sutcliffe with a date of birth of 1944, very close to the one that they claim on Wikipedia. But remember, they are using alias and variations of details. Connects to various citizens of Vice Bureau companies. I could go on. All of the evidence suggests there is a collaborative deception regarding the case of Peter Sutcliffe and involving the Companies House fraud and government organisations. And why did I research Peter Sutcliffe? Well, because Brian Harvey, who's the lead singer of E17, told me that he went and visited the Cray twins in Kent, and there was Peter Sutcliffe in a building in Dover with Reggie Cray. And remember, the evidence that I'm acquiring suggests that the Crays were involved in the infiltration of the royal family in the late 1950s, early 1960s, and my family was associated to the Cray twins. Let's have a look at the questions before we move on. If anyone's got any questions, please put them in the comments. Where am I? I'm not saying where I am. So Kent Crime Commissioner, do I email or call? If you're going to call, you need to record it, whatever you're doing. Now, they're getting rid of the police and crime commissioners since they've been exposed. Okay, the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, they're now scrapping them. That's because I linked them to Jimmy Savile and CERN, the Large Hadron Collider. There's a 1999 movie called The Ninth Gate about summoning the devil. Interesting, thanks for that. I think I've heard of it, actually. Ronald McDonald has red shoes. Yeah, absolutely. Big red clown shoes. Give me a minute, I'll get the details. Hello, Gary. Respect from Marybank. Hello there, my friend. Hi, Aidan? Adrian, is it? Adian. Hello, I hope you're doing well. I hope I've read that right. Good evening, everybody. Hi, Virgo Blue. So Julia Vandal is fake. Yes, I believe she was positioned specifically, according to my research. How do you even access an EMP? Skinners are the Red Shoe Club, somebody said. That's interesting. How do you even access an EMP? Do you mean how do you access a cell tower? Well, I angle grinded the padlock off of the... Now, I don't advise anyone does this unless they know what they're doing. But I ankle grinded the padlock off of the control panel, and then I isolated the power and put a new padlock on, and a sign on the front saying anyone that reactivates this is involved in conspiracy to commit murder. And I videoed the whole thing. Make one. Do you think the Truman Show is taunting us, showing us how life really is? Well, look, I've had to think that everything has been positioned around what I'm doing. Like that they've literally got hundreds and hundreds of people all doing this as some sort of deception against me. That's what I've had to consider in all of this. But it can't be the case if people that are saying they're genuine are genuine, and they're verifying a lot of the evidence that I'm giving. So, but the Truman Show. Anyone who doesn't know what that's about, it's about a man in a home, and basically he's living a fake life, and everything around him has been set up on watching him, and it's all deception. The thing is, you've got a lot of people, hopefully, are not involved in this. Now, I have thought, like I said, is this all set up around me to make me believe this is happening? Now, that, of course, is possible. You would need vast amounts of people to do that. I don't know. I don't really know what to say to that, but we are clearly living under, if all of you are innocent, let's just say you're all innocent on here and you're not involved in this, then you're all living under a fake criminal system. As a fact, an inverted system, an illusion through the company's house fraud that they've created, because it's against their own legislation. EMPs work by inducing strong currents and voltages in conductive materials. This can overload and damage sensitive electrical components. Stay warm and safe. Thank you very much. I've been following Kevin. You make a good point. Yeah, we have to consider. Remember, they've had centuries for this to come to a head like this. So they've had long time to plan for their deceptions and position many, many people. I hope that he's genuine in this and that these people are really being dealt with, but something tells me it's likely going to be part of the deception to make you believe it's resolved. I agree, a new system needs to happen 100%. System, or at least on a transitional basis. The technology is there to ensure that there is transparency. True, but I use a Google how to make bullets, how to make pipe bombs. You're a real warrior, Gary. Thank you, Virgo. Appreciate it. You're the first other person I've seen with that name spelling. Oh, you're sorry, talking to somebody else there. Have you looked up the J Slater case? Is that another fake company? I haven't looked at it. No, I haven't had a chance. But so far, every single case I'm looking at, Fred West, Millie Dowler. I'm looking at the moment. I'm looking into which I'm going to read you some. Hopefully, if I stay on long enough tonight, the stabbings in Southport look as though that's part of all of this. It's all connecting. Every single high profile event that I'm researching is linking into it. The supposed terrorist attacks on London Bridge in 2017, the Manchester Arena bombing, definitely the World Trade Center disaster. It's all connecting into this. He's in a tent. Yes, I'm in a tent. Richard Hall wasn't allowed to show his evidence on Manchester born. Well, I've done. It's in my document. I've researched Richard Hall. Now, if it's his record, when I've researched Richard Hall, he links almost immediately to J.P. Morgan. Now, if that's the case, then he's massively compromised by this, which means if that's him and he's been put there to say that the Manchester Arena bombing was fake, then those people behind the criminal system had put him there to say that. Now, supposedly, as you just said, he has been found, lost his case, didn't he, where someone was trying to sue him for saying that the Manchester Arena bombings were fake. Well, why is he not talking about the company's house fraud, first of all? Why is there a record in the same name? It could be a different person, so obviously we need to confirm if that's him. But a Richard David Hall connects to a golf club, which features through this, and right there in the golf club you have a direct link into JP Morgan, one of the main companies in the international government fraud. And in fact, it's more than just JP Morgan. I've put it in my document. I can't remember without looking, but there is a lot more evidence surrounding that record for Richard Hall. So if that's him, very interesting, because that suggests that was that them telling us that the bombings were fake, using him. Were they fake? It makes so much sense now. Yeah, I mean, if you just think the deception, the system in place, it fuels and motivates the deception. All the time this system is in place, it motivates lies and deception and crime. The system has to go. Yes, I took my motorhome. It now looks so they're trying to steal my. You do have a home, but it looks like they're trying to steal that from me as well, which is a whole another subject. I'm in a tent, and also darkness is good for anti-tracking. Check the Paxton de Singularis cosm regarding that date. I think I've already researched that and put that in my document. I think linking into the Vatican. 2022 Olympics show was telling us. Do you mean the 2012? Well, I think every Olympics has the thing in there. I've emailed you, Gary. I haven't had anything back yet. Yeah, I'm literally. I said earlier, you might not have been on here. I'm trying to get the document to a point where I can send it out to everybody. So just bear with me. You will be getting an email, but I've literally got to. I want to get this to a point where I'm happy to send it out. And in the meantime, I'm trying to get do videos to answer questions and also keep promoting this evidence and the strategy as much as I can. So I'm doing my best, but I will get it out to you. I promise. You're just going to have to bear with me. Is the Fleming family, you mentioned a relation to Special Forces Fleming? Yeah, 100%. Ian Fleming. Ian Fleming was ex-Navy, linking into the intelligence agencies. He also wrote the James Bond book that led to the books that led to the movie. And you had Alexandra Fleming, who supposedly was involved in the penicillin, and you've also got Robert Fleming, who was involved in the banking, international banking, and they actually lived or had a cottage right by Jimmy Savile in Scotland in Glencoe. And the Valentine Fleming, I believe it was Valentine, had a property up on the west coast, not far from the island of Iona near Scotland. Also, notice Paddy Mayne left the Masons, then died, leaving a lodge. I think there may be a divide in the Masons, good and bad. Potentially. All the good ones need to be coming forward. I'm not seeing it at all. I'm not seeing any Masons coming forward talking about this company's house fraud. None of them. In fact, they're just trying to cover it up. So I don't trust any of the Freemasons. In my view, to safeguard humanity, if I'm right about the creation attack, they all need to be arrested. It's as simple as that. So arrested, released, no charge, case left open, pending further evidence, so I can't sue them. One of the Ripper's victims was found 200 yards from Savile's flat in Leeds. That's interesting. Very interesting. I didn't know that. He met Frank Bruno with Savile. That's very interesting. Thank you. That's going to be, obviously, that helps to support what we're saying here. Do you have a document link? They're corrupting all of the links. Every link I try and create, they hack it and I can't get into it. They're stopping it. So I can only do it on a one-to-one basis via email. So again, everybody email me, please. Gary, the truth sets us free at gmail.com. Gary, the truth sets us free at gmail.com. You need to get this document. Is TS Storm, you're on bail? TS Storm. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. Release no charge, as is the CEO of the lawyer. Sounds like a scare tactic. The detective who interviewed me was SHITing himself. I'm my own lawyer, learnt quick. Yeah, I don't advise anybody as solicitors. I was applying to join Kent Police till I got arrested. Yeah, I was in Kent Police from 2000 till 2006. Anything on Jill Dando? Yeah, 100%. If she was really murdered, it's because of this. I've already done extensive research. It links back into the Vatican. It's all in my document. 100%. There is absolutely no question in my mind. If Jill Dando... did your father-in-law or grandfather-in-law give you the signet ring? So the ring I got from... So it's my grandfather-in-law's ring. He used to be in the Freemasons, and he then became a Christian when he was about 40. And we had a motorhome that the engine caught fire. We had nowhere to live, so we ended up living with my wife's grandparents for a few months in 2021. He died. Meant a lot to me. Really lovely man. And my wife and his wife gave me the ring that used to be his. Now, I'd never seen him wearing it. Most people have said it's not a Freemason ring. I don't really care even if it is a Freemason ring, because I wear it as a memory to him for no other reason. And love conquers all ideologies. It's about it's the only thing I've got to remember him. And in fact, I'm living in... I've got hardly anything here anyway. But it was the only thing I was given. Does anyone have the link, please? BAE Systems, the Capital Group, grown the bud. Yeah, BAE Systems is a massive company in all of this. The cell tower also links almost immediately to BAE Systems, the cell tower at Fort William that I looked at, that also links to McDonald's. That cell tower, it was incredible how the evidence from that tied so many things together for me. McDonald's, Jeffrey Epstein, the Flemings, BAE Systems, all tying into that cell tower almost immediately. Gary, have you a warrant out for your arrest? I don't know. I didn't attend court, so normally you would have an arrest warrant if you failed to attend. The last thing I heard from the legal team at Inverness is they invited me in after I failed to attend court. They said, look, I've got an arrest warrant in my hand. However, if you attend voluntarily on the 18th of November, you can be dealt with. Well, there was too many signs to say that I shouldn't go. And I've heard nothing from them since. They haven't even responded to my emails. Are you against the regime? They were trying to help and spread the truth. Which regime? The truth. Look, we have to have the truth, everyone. The truth is the most important thing in all of this. We have to reset to truth. The Great Reset needs to be the reset to truth. And a system based on transparency and truth. So this can never happen again. It's absolutely possible. If everyone gets behind this evidence and the strategy, I promise you, that is what will happen. There's absolutely no question in my mind, but we need more people to get behind the evidence and the strategy. You could connect everything up in a few steps. Everything is just a few. No, it's way too quickly connected. There's over 5 million registered companies. Everything connects to a very small handful of companies very quickly. This is how they've centralized everything. This is how you have the World Economic Forum. This is why within 3 days, sending my evidence to the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab announced he's stepping back as the chair for the first time since 1971, and why they actually resigned on the same day that the Pope died in, this year, and they were both aged 88. It's all to do with this evidence, everybody. Who is Mossad? Mossad is, I think you're saying Mossad. MSAD you put there, though. If you're talking about Mossad, then it's the Israeli intelligence organization. Gary, I know you're not paranoid. It's just everyone's out to get you. Yeah, here's a random challenge. Find a connection with Lenny Henry and the leader of Peru. I bet you find one. Everything's centralized. Look, you've got 6 million. I suspect you're compromised. All right. Your question's suggesting you're compromised. Shame on you if you are, if you're part of this. All right. You're probably part of the promised one world order where you're evil if you're part of that. All right. Because it's linking into the skinning of children alive in relation to all of this. So shame on you if you are part of this, and your time is coming. That's what I'm going to tell you. However, seems you are just reading some random articles. Yeah, you're compromised as well then. Now, it's through the Company's House records. Okay, you need the document. If you email it, you can verify absolutely everything I'm saying. I'm reading from a trail of evidence through the Company's House records. West Yorkshire is the dark place. It's the Jews. Well, you say it's the Jews. There is an obvious connection to Jew-related companies. However, on those Jewish companies, you also have the Charles Darwin Trust, for example, which is about the theory of evolution. So it suggests they're not real Jews. It suggests everything suggests they haven't got a clue what to believe. They don't know what to think. It's very possible that they're trying to bring about the creator by whatever it is they're doing, because they're desperate to bring about the creator. Now, this could explain the whole CERN and a lot of other stuff that's going on. But massive connection to Jewish companies, but I don't think they're real Jews. Why would you have a legal and financial connection to the theory of evolution that would disprove even your belief? And that the Charles Darwin Trust connects immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell via Farah and Co. Okay, I think we're going to move on to... Hi, Vanessa, I hope you're doing well. Just seen your comment. Gary, has God FM gone away? I don't know. I haven't heard anything from God FM at all. Massively implicated in the fraud. I don't know if anyone else has heard from them. but definitely part of the deception against me. Hello, Queen Vanessa. Lots of love from Ireland. I just saw Donald Trump in the Home Alone film. He seems to appear in lots of films and TV shows and is even in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. I'm not involved in any of this. I'm a victim. Trump is totally an actor playing a part. Down the hall and left, Kevin goes right. We live in the beast system, which is wickedness and lawlessness. Is it me or is Gary's voice breaking up? I'm laying down, so my voice probably isn't how it normally is. Time for the people to take the power back. Absolutely. We're all involved. Core capital, birth certificate, and 12 laws of assumption. Gary, remind us again about the Irish Mark Atwood. So if you're talking about Mark Atwood that interviewed me, he's linked into the fraud. But it's interesting, like many of them, he allowed me to be interviewed a couple of times on his show. But on the second time, he brought in a police officer that was trying to undermine my evidence. A former police officer, shall we say. And very fortunately, according to all of the comments on that video, everyone agreed with me when I was counteracting his criticisms of what I was trying to say. Where is Richard D. Hall now? He seems to have disappeared. Interesting. It wouldn't surprise me if it's because of the exposure, if he's involved. Can you get your dog back? I have no idea. I haven't seen poor Rosie. Now, it's probably been the hardest thing for me in all of this since the 19th of September when I was arrested. I was told that my wife came and collected her. I was not even told that was going to happen. I literally just went to try and get her, and somebody had already taken her. I haven't heard anything of Rosie since. I've seen no videos, no pictures. So if my wife's got Rosie, shame on you. And all I can say is you are involved in sinister, evil stuff. You've had your chance to do the right thing and you've chosen not to. So your time is also going to be coming in all of this, I'm sorry to say. So poor Rosie, I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me if they were going to kill me in prison and put her to sleep in the docks, in the kennels prior to me leaving, and had to make me believe that she hadn't been killed. It wouldn't surprise me, because this is the sort of sick people that we're dealing with in all of this. What will you email if I email you? I'll email you my main evidential research document, which proves everything I'm telling you, has the links within the document. So I basically explained the evidential links through that document, put the links there that take you into the Company's House records and the supporting news articles and Wikipedia entries, which is only supportive. Okay, the main evidence is in the Company's House research. That document is about 800 pages at the moment, but it's searchable. So you can search Donald Trump within that document, see all of the evidence that I've got. You can search Nicola Bulley. You can search Madeleine McCann or whatever, and you can search the document. It proves everything. Within there is also a strategy, which I advise everybody on what they should be doing in relation to this. You've also got all of the police reference numbers that I've reported, and various other information within that document as well. Gary, you're reading the messages wrong, bro. You're reading people's conversations to each other. Yeah, I know some of them I have, but most of them I'm not. At Saville's flat, he called it Friday Night Club. He invited key officers for Friday. Gary, Barry, Harry, Larry, Ricky, Nicky, Mickey. Why are you reading that? Why are you reading that? I wanted family info and recently said to a sonar scan was branch. God FM's still going. She was talking about you, but it's only what you know already. Never had a good vibe about that Mark Atwood. Okay, so I'm up to date on most of the comments, so I'm going to read some more of the information. Now, what time is it? Because I don't want to be too late in all of this. What's the time? Oh, my sleeves are so tight, I can't even get to my watch. Literally cannot even get to my watch. I'm like through my jacket. No. Right, I'm just going to carry on. So what I'm going to show you is the links now. Hopefully we'll get to it. Shouldn't be too far away now. We're going to talk about Prince Andrew. Some more evidence. I've already connected Prince Andrew to it, but there's more evidence I've found in the last couple of days, which is pretty important in all of it. Now, remember, Lawrence Byford was the judge that created the Byford report based on a little bit of the information from him. And you might want to hold on your comments for a while whilst I do this. Just trying to set up a little bit better. Okay. Lawrence Byford had conducted the report into the Sutcliffe case. He was described as the man who changed the face of modern policing because it led to fundamental changes in the way serial killer investigations will be carried out in future across the world that could lead to their new manipulation in relation to the fraud and funneling of money. He had joined the police in 1947, the same year as the creation of the Doomsday Clock. In 1950, he married Muriel Campbell Massey. They had 3 children, one of whom, Mark Byford, was Deputy Director General of the BBC and BBC journalism from 2004 to 2011, with the BBC being hugely implicated in the agenda. Lady Byford, his wife, supposedly died in 2025 as the exposure continued. A Companies House search shows that Byford connects 2 companies, including Loss Prevention Certification Board Limited, that was incorporated in 1985, and according to its documents, it has a forged register, so it's a criminal organisation. Richard Harvey Fogelman connects this company to Electronic Call Handling Operations Limited, that was incorporated in 2017, the year that Donald Trump became the 45th president, and the year after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. Michael Francis Reddington connects Electronic Call Handling Operations Limited to British Security Industry Association, that is immediately connected to the fraud and the research of Jill Dando's death and Crime Stoppers by her co-host Nick Ross. And I've done a whole area of research around Jill Dando, and I've told you earlier it links back into the Vatican, fraud all around Jill Dando, linking in with Jimmy Savile, crimes against children, including her brother, links in with the fraud immediately, key areas of the fraud. So it looks as though if she was murdered, she was likely finding out something about this, and everyone around her was implicated. So many people were out to, or had a motive for her to not be around anymore. It's interesting, when she was shot by her front door, she was on her way home to get a fax that had been sent to her by her manager. I can't remember his name. I've researched the manager, and Companies House has blocked almost all information from that company. I think it was from the manager. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was on my document, because they realise what I'm finding out in all of this. Fogelman also connects to National Security Inspectorate that was incorporated in 1999, and the address of 1 Bedford Row on its incorporation document is a variation of an address used in the fraud. Sir Michael Bett connects this company to the following companies that make important connections to the fraud and the apparent threat to humanity: the Marlow Theatre Development Trust, Aris Global Limited, various O2 companies and Telefonica companies, British Telecommunications Public Limited Company, Save the Children companies, and Bromley Citizens Advice Bureau. This is already coming in from this judge. David Lloyd Lupton connects Loss Prevention Certification Board to 67 companies, including the Approval Council for Security Systems Limited, that was incorporated in 2005 and dissolved during other movements in July 2025. All right, it's no coincidence, everyone. It started in 2005. It's suddenly just dissolving as I'm continuing to expose all of this fraud at a key time of July 2025. According to the research, this is also called NACOSS, and it was the predecessor for the National Security Inspectorate, where they were merged in 2001, the same year as the World Trade Center disaster. Richard Allen Baxter connects the Approval Council for Security Systems Limited to Nightingale, in brackets, Bournemouth Limited, where this all started for me, the inquiries. That was incorporated in 2005 and has an address of Roslyn Road, Talbot Woods, Bournemouth, very close to my wife's grandfather's, and who is linked to Deborah Fleming via his church, which is Westbourne Church and the Wessex Partnership, and Westbourne being in Bournemouth. I think I've done more, but we're going to move on to Fred West. Fred West was an English serial killer and child molester, supposedly, who committed at least 12 murders between 1967 and 1987 in Gloucestershire, England, the majority with his second wife, Rose West. The victims were girls and young women. At least 8 of the murders of the West's sexual gratification included rape, bondage, torture, and mutilation. The victims' dismembered bodies were typically buried in the cellar or garden of the West residence in Gloucester, where it became known as the House of Horrors. Fred is known to have committed at least 2 murders on his own. Rose is known to have murdered Fred's stepdaughter, Charmaine. The couple were arrested and charged in 1994. Fred later claimed that he had been sexually abused by his mother at 12. And that he engaged in acts of bestiality in his early teens, and that his belief was incest was normal. Belief that incest was normal stemmed from his father's incest with Fred's sisters. Fred's youngest brother, Douglas, dismissed these claims as fantasy. Now, remember, we've already said about the Cray twins. They were involved in incestuous activity. It seems to be a big part of the system that is in place, how it links in with incestuous activity, sexual acts against crimes, serious crimes, far worse than sexual offences against children, and also transgenderism is a huge part in all of this, and I've done a whole section about transgenderism within my document. A company's house search through Google shows a Frederick West with a date of birth of 1946 connected to Surrey Family Mediation Services that was incorporated as Surrey Family Mediation Service in 2002, 4 months after the World Trade Center disaster, and its name having been changed in October 2009, literally just after the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales was incorporated on Companies House. This was the first result that popped up. Richard Charles Grayson connects this company to 58 other companies, including Temple Co., shell companies that feature in the fraud, various criminal BP companies, and the first one that I looked at on this occasion, Valentine Court Management Limited, that was incorporated in 1997 and has a registered address of Unit 6, Fleetbridge Business Centre, Paul in Dorset, that I had seen throughout the research. It has LNA formations on its incorporation document, making important connections to the collider technology and the earthquake research. And this is coming straight in from the name of Frederick West, linking to an area where Exbourne Manor is based, into the earthquake collider technology already, into many BP companies. Now, most BP, British Petroleum companies I've seen, are criminal organisations. Many of them link the Russian government to other governments around the world, a collaborative deception over oil against all of humanity, and how that can be used to funnel money into their agenda. Anthony John Mellery Pratt is shown in the people record of this company and is previously connected to the research around Exbourne Manor. This record for him connects to 68 companies, with many of them having correspondence address 10 Exeter Road in Bournemouth, which is used in the fraud, and connected to the research of Lester Aldridge, shown throughout the research. This then links into My Families. So this is coming in from a name almost immediately of Frederick West, linking into My Families again. And My Families are linked to the key individuals in all of this: David Icke, Jimmy Savile, the main Freemason Lodge, Elon Musk, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jimmy Savile, I think I've said, and importantly, Julian Assange, who is linked to a doomsday cult, everybody. And that doomsday cult evidence shows that it related to a family in Australia who had property in Kent. Kent is where I was born. My family associated with the Cray twins. They were involved in the infiltration. The Cray twins are massively associated with Kent. One of the companies is Villa Riva Management Limited that links to John Mallory Platt, and Initiative Property Management Limited is shown in the People record. The very same company having been used by Dorset Police as a false investigation and connecting to the research of Tommy Robinson very, very quickly, and the apparent infiltration of the real royal family as shown elsewhere in my document. All right, this is far too quickly to be a coincidence. There is over 5 million registered companies, and we now have a link to Initiative Property Management Limited, a fake investigation by Dorset Police. They didn't search it until a month after they had publicised investigating that company, allowing the ability to alter, conceal, or destroy evidence in relation to it. When you search Tommy Robinson, coming from him, he linked very quickly to Aylsham Village companies, where Vanessa Emery lives and claims to be the real heir to the throne that was kidnapped during the infiltration of the royal family. According to the research from those Aylsham Village companies that you come in from Tommy Robinson, you then hit almost immediately Initiative Property Management Limited, the exact same company that I've just told you links to the name of Fred West. Another Google search reveals a Frederick Charles West with no date of birth connected immediately to Eurolife companies that often link with Howard Thomas, making critical connections. One of these companies is Eurolife Company Services Limited. It was incorporated as Eurolife Assurance Services Limited in 1981 before its name was changed in 1989, the same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. The company dissolved in December 2022, the very same month that I made the first report of the fraud to Action Fraud. It has Howard Thomas of a City Road address used throughout the fraud on its incorporation document. The filing history shows entries for 2017 changing its registered address and Stanley Davis Group as the company of significant control. This is the company mentioned by Gordon Bowden involved in being international dictatorships and mafias around the world and corrupt politicians, and where I have information that Gordon Bowden was murdered because of the exposure that he was doing in relation to that and the non-verification of the company's house fraud. That name, Howard Thomas, on the incorporation document makes critical connections throughout the research to my wife's family, to the CERN Collider technology again, and to international government fraud from multiple different areas of the research. The exact same name on an incorporation document, not even the same company. This proves the centralization around the world of this system, and they all need to be removed. So we have this connection. Where are we going? Frederick Charles West. A search for Rose West on company's house through Google immediately reveals a record for a Rosemary West with no date of birth linked to Policing First Limited, where they were appointed when the company was incorporated in July 2011, which is between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death in October 2011. It has Church Street, Kidderminster in the registered address. There was an application to strike the company from the register in 2025 and October 2024 and October 2025 as the exposure continued. Guess who's on the incorporation document and in the People record? Yom Tov Jacob, the exact same name that links to Peter Sutcliffe, the researcher Peter Sutcliffe. It also has Formation Limited on its incorporation document, linking immediately to the MP for the area where Exbourne Manor is based, who is now no longer an MP since being exposed, Tobias Elwood, who was ex-military. He refused, even though he was my MP for the area, refused to respond to my evidence being submitted to him on emails, including to 650 emails to him specifically. He refused to respond, even though he was the MP for my area, because he is part of the crimes against humanity and the international government fraud. Now, Tobias Elwood just happened to be the MP that was there when the attack happened against the police officer outside of, was it Buckingham Palace in whatever year? No doubt that was staged. Absolutely certain that was staged. He happened to be there and was trying to tend to that officer who had supposedly been stabbed at Buckingham Palace. I think it was Buckingham Palace. Paul West connects Policing First Limited to Bromsgrove School and Lucy Faithful Foundation, where he was appointed in July 2011 between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's apparent death. The company was incorporated as the Faithful Foundation in 1992, the same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN, before its name was changed in 1996, leading up to the staged and relevant World Trade Center disaster. MP Frank Cook, Baroness Lucy Faithful, Police Superintendent Michael Hamas, and Assistant Chief Constable Richard Gordon Monk are shown on the incorporation document, along with Jordan and Sons Limited, the main company in the fraud, shown on page 3. Research shows that Baroness Lucy Faithful founded the Lucy Foundation, that was apparently the only UK nationwide charity working towards preventing child sexual abuse. She was educated in Bournemouth, in Dorset, where my inquiries began, and was elected as Honorary Fellow of St Hilda's College, Oxford, where the Maxwells were prominent. In 1992, that year, CERN was created, where the Maxwells were prominent. This was in 1992, the very important year that we were speaking about. Jill Mason connects the Lucy Faithful Foundation to Mills and Weaves LLP of an address of King William Street, used throughout the fraud. They love to use streets with kings and queens, making the reference back to the mockery of the fake royal family that they have had in position for a very long time. Christopher Belcher connects this company to various Farrer and Co companies, and Farrer and Co links immediately to the research, immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell, okay, which is on her company incorporation documents, and it links to Michelle Mone and back to the royal family. That is also the same company, Farrer and Co, is on the incorporation document for the Charles Darwin Trust, that features on the Jewish company, the Community Centre UK, that links so many areas of the fraud together, including back into the case of Madeleine McCann and Gerald McCann. There are also connections to many other centralised solicitors used in the fraud from here, including Squire Patton Boggs, Brabner's, Withers LLP, Shoesmiths, Waitmans, and DLA Piper. Dr. Lynn Caroline Saunders connects Lucy Faithful Foundation to Prisoners Abroad, that was incorporated in December 2001, 3 months after the World Trade Center disaster. It connects immediately to the fraud by Lovells, and Right Honourable Sidney Bernstein connects to Moral Brothers Co. Cobbett and Son Limited, that makes important connections elsewhere in the research, and also to the intelligence agencies and the Collider technology. David Sidney Bernstein is also in the People record and connects to 27 companies, including Lenova Musica. What was the name of the festival in Israel? The Nova Music Festival. Okay, and my research link, it may be this, I need to check this, it may be the exact same company linking into the research of the related attacks in Israel on the 7th of October 2023. Also linked to Mahogany Opera Group, the New Israel Fund, making critical connections to the research of the fraud, the staged Israel attacks, and the falsified prophecy agenda. They're using opera companies to hide a connection, which is not hidden because it's there in plain sight. The name of the experiment that was taking place at CERN with an Italian facility at the time of the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand on the 22nd of February 2011, it was called the Opera Experiment. Timothy Russell Hales connects Prisoners Abroad to various Lord Mayor companies. Guild of Freemen of the City of London, which is the name of the company, was incorporated in 1910, that they resigned from in 2022 as the exposure began, and they also connect to the Mayor of London's Fund for Young Musicians. This supports the evidence of them being able to collaborate with alleged serial killers potentially, and then relocate them to falsify prison sentences and defraud the masses through the investigation. Referring back to Paul West, he is also connected to Policing for All Limited, that also connects to Jacob Yomtov and Formations Direct, and Jessica de Grazier connects this company to several companies, including Forensic Investigative Association Limited, where they were appointed and resigned either side of the World Trade Center disaster, which is the case for so many in relation to the fraud. The company was incorporated at the important year of 1991, and its name was changed in 1995, the same year as the intelligence agency and Russian government-linked Hackler International Advisory Board was incorporated. And 2002, after the World Trade Center disaster, Vivian, I think that is Waterman, was appointed to Forensic Investigation Associations Limited in 1992 when the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and connects the company to 33 others, including Board of Deputies Jewish Heritage, the Board of Deputies British Jews, the Jewish Leadership Council, various charity companies, and to the Interfaith Network for the United Kingdom that was incorporated in October 1997, just after Princess Diana's related death and leading up to the collaborative World Trade Center disaster deception. It dissolved in January 2025 as the exposure continued. Harriet Crabtree connects the Interfaith Network Company to the Kingdom, to United Kingdom Committee for UNICEF, making important connections to the criminal network and the apparent targeting of children, with UNICEF appearing to have been an inverted organisation linking to United Nations, where they claimed they were there to help children around the world, but actually target the children. Richard Brian Williamson Axon connects the Interfaith Company to United Kingdom, the Interfaith Network for the United Kingdom to 40 companies, including various YMCA companies, Young Men's Christian Associations, that makes an immediate connection to the paedophile information exchange and the World Trade Center disaster via Harriet Harman and her husband, who happened to die in 2002, supposedly. There are many other connections from here to the centralized criminal network against humanity. Fred West apparently committed suicide in prison in 1995 before his trial could begin, but research suggests the trial judge, Justin Mantle, was the subsequent judge for West's wife, Rose West, who was also implicated in the murders. Further research shows Charles Barry Knight Mantle was a Supreme Court judge after national service as an education officer in the Royal Air Force between 1958, the year that Charles was initiated to become the Prince of Wales, and 1961, which is when the main currency producer De La Rue purchased Waterlow and Sons Limited, one of the main companies in the fraud. He was called to the bar by Gray's Inn and later served as the chambers of Sir Patrick Russell in Manchester, and practiced the Northern Circuit, and was present at the trials of the Birmingham Six, Trevor Hardy and Terry Clark. He was working in Hong Kong from 1982 to 1985, returning to Britain as a judge on the Western Circuit. In 1990, he was appointed to the High Court and knighted, an important year in the deception against humanity to come. He was promoted to the Court of Appeal in 1997 and was sworn by the Privy Council. Retiring in 2004, he was a surveillance commissioner from 2006 until his apparent death in 2010. Another surveillance commissioner is also linked to this international government fraud. Of course, that means they oversee the surveillance legislation and authority in the United Kingdom, or certainly the England and Wales, which means they can use that intrusive surveillance against the innocents who risk exposing their criminal system and those that are trying to save the children. A search for Charles Mantle on Companies House through Google reveals a record for an Andrew Charles Mantle with a date of birth of 1954 connected to Claremont Management Buildings Limited that was incorporated on the 11th of November 2011 as a few days before CERN Limited, and it dissolved in September 2016, the month after the apparent ritual took place at CERN, and the Shiva statue, which represents creation and destruction, also being the same year that the Pizzagate scandal started to become exposed. It has an address of 16 Churchill Road Way, Cardiff, used throughout the fraud. On its incorporation document, Graham Robertson Stevens connects this company to 5,800 over 5,800 companies, including Lassington Reach Management Company Limited. Vanessa, this is very important to you. Lassington Reach Management Company, making critical connections to the intelligence agencies and the apparent infiltration of the real royal family as shown throughout the document. That exact same name record connects very quickly to the research provided by Vanessa Emery that links to the infiltration of the royal family and Blackpool, Pleasure Beach and Aylsham. Many rugby football companies are connected from here and feature throughout research with important connections to Kim Leadbeater and the recently passed assisted dying bill that could be used to facilitate an attack against all of humanity. If you're not aware, this bill gives them the consent, it gives them the ability to kill people which they claim have consented who have less than 6 months to live. They will be using this system of crime to falsify that agenda to be able to kill many people and claim it is consent. Now that will give them the ability to stage an event where there is so much suffering that they can then use this bill to get that consent to kill people and get rid of people through the problem that they caused in the first place. Now, Kim Leadbeater links into the, she was the sister of Joe Cox, the MP that was supposedly stabbed, and I believe she was shot in public. I've done the research surrounding that, and that murder, if it's real, it may not be real, we have to remember this, on 100% links into this international government fraud as well, the murder of Joe Cox. A company search for a variation on Mantle's name shows a Charles Knight Limited was incorporated in 2013 because he has middle names of Knight and some other names there that I didn't mention, but it's there. The year after CERN, and claims to have discovered the Higgs boson particle in 2013, Anil Raja is the only person on the incorporation document and people record. A separate search for this name shows one other entry for an almost identical record connected to Family Pot Investments 2 LLP with an address of St Paul's Churchyard used throughout the fraud. The incorporation document has Rag Lawrence Graham and Co LLP and 4 more London Riverside, an address used throughout the fraud on its incorporation document. Claire Jane Turvey connects Family Pot Investments 2 LLP to Irish Film and Television UK Limited that was incorporated as Irish Film London Limited on the 16th of August 2012, just over a month after CERN claims to have discovered the God particle, and its name was changed for the only time in April 2025 as the exposure continued. Companies Made Simple is shown on its incorporation document, connecting to the research of the Paedophile Information Exchange and the World Trade Center disaster. Mark Anthony McNulty connects Irish Film and Television UK Limited, the one we were just talking about, to Marsh McLellan India Limited, that makes important connections to the other research as shown elsewhere in the document. And if I stay on long enough tonight, you will see that exact same company linking in, I believe, from the research of the Birmingham 6. According to the research, Mantle worked with the chambers of Sir Thomas Patrick Russell, who was presiding judge on the Northern Circuit from 1983 to 1987, when he was appointed to the Court of Appeal, where, among other high-profile cases, he sat in the libel appeals of Private Eye against Sonia Sutcliffe. Now, bearing in mind, we are coming in from the research of Fred West here and Rose West. We now have a link to Sonia Sutcliffe via the judge. Well, Sonia Sutcliffe was the wife of the serial killer Peter Sutcliffe, who we have already looked at previously, making further connections to the case of the Wests and Sutcliffe. He was also involved in the case of Count Nikolai Tolstoy against Lord Aldington. I need to research that. In 1991, he was one of 5 members of the Court of Appeal who abolished the immunity of a husband from prosecution for rape in the case of R versus, which sounds like a good thing. He played cricket for Urmston Cricket Club until he was in his 40s, and also Also chairman of Lancashire County Cricket Club from 1999 until 2001 on the lead up to and the year of the World Trade Centre deception, and the area is relevant to the apparent infiltration of the royal family, Lancashire. A search of Thomas Patrick Russell on Companies House through this particular judge through Google reveals a Thomas Patrick Russell Jones connected to 3 companies, including Hackney Rugby Football Club Limited. Bearing in mind, we've got rugby clubs all the way through this as well. We've already just mentioned them on the previous research. We now got another rugby club, all right? So they can launder money through the rugby clubs as well, if they're part of the fraud. This particular one was incorporated in May 2009, 4 months before the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, connecting almost all areas of the fraud, was incorporated. It is a criminal company with a name used throughout the fraud, Philip Duncan John Kirkpatrick, a variation of City Road again address on its incorporation document, and the London Law Agency on its incorporation document. BWB Secretarial Limited is in the People Record, and this and the London Law Agency connects immediately to Keir Starmer and the Death Penalty Project Limited via that company, Death Penalty Project Limited, and to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales via Bates Wells and Braithwaite. It also links to the Madeline's Fund, leaving no stone unturned limited company to do with Madeleine McCann, and P. Diddy, who used Bates Wells and Braithwaite for his defence, all coming in immediately linking from that company via the research. So remember, this is coming in from the judge involved in the Rose West case. Jonathan Michael Charles Hughes connects Hackney Rugby Football Club Limited. Bear with me. Did I say that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he's also connected to Hackney. This is Russell Jones, the researcher Russell Jones, connected to Hackney Rugby Football Club Limited. And Jonathan Michael Charles Hughes connects this company to Pioneer Film and Television, where they were appointed in 2015 and then resigned in 2024 as the exposure continued. The company was incorporated in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and connects immediately to the fraud by Stanley Davis Group on its incorporation document, with 124 to 128 City Road and an old street address used throughout the fraud on the document, which appears to be forged. Now, that address, 128 City Road, links immediately to a company to do with Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage also has a company where he was the director for, and I think he still is an active director, that was incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, which is a criminal organisation. Joanna Michelle Rowley, possibly associated with the Met Police and former Lancashire Chief Constable, connects Pioneer Film and Television Producers Limited to Science Channel Limited, that was incorporated in November 1997, 3 months after Princess Diana's apparent death. It is a criminal company making major connections to the fraud via Michael John Hope of 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue, on its incorporation document, and the London Law Agency. The exact same address that we have linked straight to Tommy Robinson and the other connections that I made earlier. John Edward Willis connects Science Channel Limited to 54 companies, including BAFTA Enterprises Limited, British Academy of Film and Television Arts, Disaster Emergency Committee, the Edinburgh International Television Festival, television channels connecting to the research of the Israel attacks and the case of Lucy Letby, and royal companies, including Royal Television Society, making important connections to the research, including the collaborative deception with the Russian government. Willis also connects to the Independent Football Commission Limited, that was incorporated on the 23rd of October 2001, the month after the World Trade Center disaster, and is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, that the company where this all started for me. The lead investigating officer for the fraud for the Fred West case was Superintendent John Bennett, and a search reveals an article by the BBC from the 12th of September 2011, just over a month before Jimmy Savile's death and the same year as the related Christchurch earthquake, showing he was criticising a dramatisation of the case. Searching John Bennett company's house in Google immediately reveals a John Bennett connected to Rangers International Football Club Limited, where they were appointed in 2015 and resigned in September 2024 as the exposure continued. The company was incorporated as Rangers Football PLC in November 2012 before its name was changed twice that year, and not again until July 2025 when key events happen in relation to the exposure. It has Seven Size Limited on its incorporation document, making a connection to the fraud. Fraser John Thornton connects Rangers International Football Club Limited to 51 companies, including various Scottish golf-related companies, which also connect immediately to the research of the infiltration of the royal family. One of these companies is Scotland Golf Limited, that was incorporated in 2004 and links immediately to the fraud by Dundas and Wilson on its incorporation document. DW Company Services Limited is shown in the incorporation document and connects in the people record. We are not very far away, everybody, all right, because we are literally a few companies away, and there's over 5 million registered. It's so closely connected, it's impossible to be a coincidence. Impossible. DW Company Services Limited is shown in the people record and connects to and includes Trump International Golf Club Scotland Limited, linking to Donald Trump, the Royals, Jimmy Savile, Collider Technology, and key areas of the fraud. This is coming in from one of the judges for the Rose West case. I could go on. This, along with other evidence, throughout the document, shows that due to the non-verification of Companies House, which they are continuing through identified loopholes, they are using variations of details, aliases, and duplicate records connecting major investigations and world problems to be able to defraud money from the masses and funnel it into an apparently sinister agenda against creation. The case of the Birmingham Six was... Right, let's have a break there. I'll just see what questions. Any questions? Put them on there. Someone's got a camper van like mine. I do miss my van. I saved one dog. If anyone's got any questions, pop them on. Been on this for 40 plus years, having worked in the military. I knew my life was at risk, so I disappeared. Now these bastards go down. Yeah, let's hope so. Something's got to change in all of this. You couldn't empty the toilet, champs. Andrew, please go on. It's time for a positive timeline for all. Gary, have you heard about Trump? It depends what you're talking about. I know who Trump is, yes. Depends what... If it's something from today, then no, because I haven't been looking at the news today. If you could put a little comment on there, tell us what that is, please, DJ Tatty. That would be great. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I didn't realise it was you from Messenger. I've got so many connections to Donald Trump, it's unreal. He's not coming out and saying what needs to happen, at least on a transitional basis. In a minute, we're going to see connections to Prince Andrew coming in from this research, and to Richard Attenborough, implicated. What's the best email to get you on? Gary, the truth sets us free at gmail.com. Gary with one R, the truth sets us free at gmail.com. I've got a whole load of emails. I'm not responding to them at the moment because what I want to do is get the document done to a bit further forward. And then send it out to everyone in a one go. It's just easier for me to manage then, and I can, during those emails, I can not only put my document and a bit of a spiel, but I can respond personally to those individuals at the same time then. So please forgive me if you haven't had a response yet, but you will do. As long as I've got your email, then you will get a response at some point. Just reading the comments. Gary, what's your relationship like with your sister? Difficult because she's so compromised. You know, she hasn't done anything. I've asked her to speak to the family. She won't speak to them. Obviously, it's affected. I still love my sister. It's difficult. But it's very hard not to. It's very difficult to have respect for someone when they're not doing anything about this at all, and they're literally living with people that are so closely connected to it all. It's very difficult, you know, to have a conversation with that person about something. It's just very difficult. I can't see how people aren't doing anything. It just doesn't make sense to me. And to be honest with you, I haven't got much time for people if they're not going to be doing anything about this. Question, the corruption is worldwide. Yes, it is worldwide. And it's the company's house fraud is the main way they're doing it. Now, there's other registration systems in other countries, but it appears to be linking back into company's house as the main sort of international government link, if you like. And then their own registration systems in their countries will then link the smaller organisations to the criminal network. Did you have any info on other European countries? I'm in Spain. Yeah, all developed countries are mentioned pretty much somewhere in my document. So you just have to search it for Spain. Spain hasn't actually cropped up much. I've got to be honest with you. I haven't been looking for it, but it will be there. It is a worldwide fraud. What they've done is they've managed, I mean, because this has been planned for centuries, everybody. So they've looked at a way that they can take over the world, a very small number of people. And unfortunately, because you've got this link to the religious establishments, there's this agenda behind it in relation to the falsified prophecies. Now, it could be, this is a theory I've had to consider, are they setting me up to say they're falsified prophecies when prophecies that happen are the real creator? Now, I'm not saying that is the case, but that's something I have to consider in all of this. That they're using me to somehow say, look, and they've set it all up deliberately with the collider as a deception for me to say, look, this prophecy of, and when I say falsified prophecies, I'm talking about an escalation in natural events leading into a tribulation period and potentially the end of all of creation. All right, so we're talking pretty much everything's at stake according to all of this research. Now, I pray that it is some sort of deception, but at the moment, I have to consider the threat is real. You know, we know they've got they haven't got any verification. The verification processes they've brought in, there's a loophole. So what they're doing is they're allowing virtual secretaries to be used for companies, which means there's no accountability and liability at all. Hi, Gary. What's your advice for a normie citizen to do to get these children to safety? Okay, well, first of all, you're not going to change the implications for the children until you change the system, because the system motivates the crimes against the children, and too many people are compromised by the children. So the system has to change. So that's why the strategy I've implemented or I'm suggesting is based on changing the system. So that is what we need to get to the point of doing, is change the system. What about Australian government? Yeah, 100%. I've actually put quite a lot of evidence in my document about the Australian government, including research about your current Prime Minister or President, Prime Minister, isn't it? And your former Prime Minister, Chris Morrison. Australia is massively implicated. So is New Zealand. The Commonwealth countries obviously seem to crop up a bit more just naturally in my research because of the links to the royal family. Please be safe, Gary. Yes, thank you. Max Spires or Spears. Yes, I've researched him. Unfortunately, I think he's part of the deception. I've researched him. He's in my document. and you'll see that the research links into drone companies, which fits in to the fake alien invasion deception side of things, which there's a lot of evidence surrounding that, regarding drones being used as part of that deception. And this is why in July 2022, I believe this is why Elon Musk's brother in July 2022 purchased a drone company, the exact same month that I approached Anthony Roberts, that triggered his resignation and this exposure. And then in December 12th of November, you had Justin Welby resigned as the Archbishop of Canterbury. And then not long afterwards, you had all of the drones in the sky. And then people were saying it's an alien invasion or potential alien invasion. Then since 2022, if you research military disclosure of aliens, you'll see since 2022, when I started exposing the fraud, loads more reports have come out by military supposedly seeing aliens or UFOs. I would love to join you. I'm now down and out, no job, no bank account, no fixed abode, no phone, in the back of a van with a laptop bouncing off near Wi-Fi connections. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing okay, DJ Tatty. Do you know anything about the underground bases in the UK? Do I believe they're there? The evidence suggests they're there. They'll need somewhere to put the children, won't they? So there's bound to be underground bases. I don't know exactly where they are, but they're bound to be there, aren't they? Tunnel systems. Can we have your email again? Yeah, it's Gary with one R, the truth sets us free at gmail.com. That's Gary, the truth sets us free at gmail.com. Yep, I'm querying the jurisdiction of the courts. That has to go down to, 100%. You can't have criminal fraudulent corporations behind the legal process that are actually running the world's crime. I mean, it's practically obvious now. They're behind all of the world's crime. The heads of the police, the heads of the intelligence, the legal system, they're actually running it. It's a problem reaction solution criminal network they've got in place. Gary needs our support. He's doing God's work. Thank you very much, Andrew. Appreciate it. Find ways to get out of the system. Stop complying. Put councils on notice locally may help. Yeah, putting people on notice, but it needs to be done in face-to-face. They need to be exposed face-to-face. They're hiding behind alias names, fake companies, not fake email addresses, but email addresses. You need to put them, if you're going to put them on notice, it needs to be exposing them by their face and publicising it everywhere, that they're part of a centralised criminal system. To be honest with you, I think things are so serious now, they all need to be arrested. Citizens' arrest needs to take place, and that is what I would be doing now had I not potentially have a failure to appeal warrant for me. Andrew, they leave me alone now. Gary knows my details. I get the odd organisation harassment. Just going back, looking at some of the other comments now. Sorry, I know I'm reading some conversations between people, but dragon means Dracula in Romanian, from the Latin Dracul, meaning devil. Vlad the Impaler was the son of the dragon. King Charles is a direct descendant. Princes of Wales, dragon flag. Yeah, interesting. The articles about that came out around the time of the Queen's death. In fact, one article I saw came out on the day of the Queen's death, on the 8th of September 2022. There's no coincidence that was the year I was exposing all of this. She supposedly died. I don't think she did. Robert Maxwell owned Mirror Group. Piers Morgan was an editor for the Mirror. Pitched with Ghislaine Maxwell. Meghan best pals with Rupert Murdoch. Once called greatest supporter. I've done some research regarding Piers Morgan. He's in my document. And he actually links into my research of Millie Dowler and Daniel Morgan, because he was questioned regarding the phone hacking scandal of where the investigation was 2011. but the phone hacking was around 2007, which is again links in with the Madeleine McCann case. And interestingly, Millie Dowler, I mean, I've got a whole section on Millie Dowler in my document. That investigation was because a newspaper, I think it was the News of the World, hacked Millie Dowler's phone and found that there was some sort of activity after her death, I believe, or after her going missing. Now, this is very interesting because what this could suggest, and I'm not saying it's the case, but if her phone was somehow being used after she was reported going missing, it suggests that the missing report may be false. Now, I've researched Sally Dowler, the mum, and this is why I've sent a message out to her to contact me, because it is looking as though she's implicated in the fraud. There's a bit in my document. In fact, there is a company that's linked to the name Sally Dowler that they have said in advance dissolved on the 25th of December this year. Now, I actually did the research and found that on the 18th of December, and they said it dissolved, had already dissolved on the 25th. So what they're doing is they're prematurely saying a company's dissolved before the actual date. That should not even be being possible. That shouldn't be done. So what I'm going to do, I know there's going to be a lot more questions. I'm going to carry on reading with the evidence. We're going to look at some Prince Andrew evidence. We've already mentioned Donald Trump linking in via his golf club back into the research of Fred and Rhoda West. And in a minute, if we have time, we'll do a little bit of the research surrounding the Southport investigation, because that is very fresh in the public mind. He's actually due to go to Axel, whatever the surname is due to go to court this year, I believe, in relation to the Southport murders from last year. So let's have a look at the case of the Birmingham Six. Was mentioned in the research earlier, linking in with the serial killers via the judges. And the Irish Republican Army has already been researched regarding Gerry Adams, and quickly links to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, to the exact same company on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, coming in from Gerry Adams. Well, that almost certainly tells us that the IRA is a collaborative deception, and always was, surrounding this company's house fraud. And the Birmingham Six obviously relate to the IRA. And they were 6 people, apparently accused individuals in relation to a series of bombings in pubs in Northern Ireland in 1974. I've then listed the names of those 6 people. All were later released after an appeal in 1991, and they were released in 2001, the same year as the World Trade Center disaster. According to the research, the judge in the initial trial in 1975 for the case of the Birmingham Six was Nigel Cyprian Bridge. And he was born in 1917, the same year as the Balfour Declaration, and supposedly died in November 2007. And he was born in Hertfordshire, the second son of Commander Cyprian Dunscombe, Charles Bridge, Royal Navy, where Ian Fleming appears to have been influential in the fraud. Let's go to the next page. Influential in the fraud. And of Gladys Bridge, the daughter of Lancashire cotton manufacturer, the county important in the infiltration of the royal family. From 1964 to 1968, he was junior counsel to the Treasury Common Law, commonly known as the Treasury Devil. Never heard of this before, but it was called the Treasury Devil. He was the latest Treasury Devil to try a case from private practice while in office. He was made a bencher at Inner Temple in 1964. Bridge served as the Lord of Appeal in Ordinary between 1980, the year of the Georgia Guidestones were erected, representing an upcoming man-made apocalypse, and 1992, when the Catholic Church became a legal entity and the company's house register started to become electronic. A search for Nigel at Cyprian Bridge on Company's House through Google reveals a record for a Michael Cyprian Waller Bridge. Almost the same, but with the word Waller added. Remember, there has been no verification whatsoever, and it connects to 3 companies, including Global Financial Risk Solutions Limited, that was incorporated in 2003 and dissolved in December 2011, less than 2 months after the supposed death of Jimmy Savile. It has a registered address of Shadwell House, Tunbridge Wells in Kent, with Tunbridge Wells being relevant elsewhere in the document. It's actually where Princess Diana was educated. She was educated in Tunbridge Wells, so Hampshire, all very relevant locations to the international government fraud and everything that's being exposed. Where was I? Tunbridge Wells, but relevant elsewhere in the document. Despite the incorporation document appearing present in the filing history with the PDF there, it appears to have been blocked by Company's House. So when you click on it, nothing's happening. Don't see that very often. Maclay, Murray, if at all. Maclay, Murray and Spence is shown in the People Record and connects to over 1,400 companies, including Edinburgh Rape Crisis Centre, where they were appointed the day before Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated, and resigned on the 1st of October 2009, the day after the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales company was incorporated. There's not going to be a coincidence in that at all. Now, I suspect this Maclay Murray company links with the Murray family, as in Andrew Murray. Andrew Murray was the only child, or one of the children, that survived the shooting in Dunblane, in the Dunblane massacre, which I will be, and I've already researched it a little bit previously, that is also going to be linking into this same criminal network as well. Stephen Kay connects Edinburgh Rape Crisis Centre to Homestart Edinburgh, that was incorporated as Homestart Leith and North East Edinburgh before its name was changed twice in July 2022. This is the same month that acting chairman for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, Anthony Roberts, resigned, triggering my investigation. According to the overview, its name was changed at no other time. It is a criminal company with Jordan's, Oswald's of Edinburgh and 24 Great King Street, Edinburgh on its incorporation document, making quick connections to Jeffrey Epstein, the Royals, Ghislaine Maxwell. Homestart, which is this company is called a Homestart company. Homestart companies connect to critical areas of the fraud, from my childhood friend to Waterman companies, my former school, the MK Ultra program, and a Knights Templar building, as shown elsewhere in the document. Waterloo companies, one of the main companies in the fraud, and linked to the research of the main currency producer, De La Rue, are also shown in the People Record for this company. Peter Hodgson and Co. is also shown in the People Record and connects to companies including Templar House UK Limited. Templar. I've just said there's a Knights Templar building linked to the Homestart companies and the MK Ultra program and my family from that other company we looked at. This supports the possible conversion of investigations into sexual offences to actually facilitate them continuing as part of this laundering process. Rachel Emily Davies connects Homestart Edinburgh, that company, to Dalkeith and District Citizens Advice Bureau, where they had been appointed in June 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception, and they resigned in June. Fingers blocking a lot of this bit, so I can't see it now on the screenshot. But we have Citizens Advice bureaus that feature in all of this, centralised. Swift Incorporations Limited and Jordan's companies are shown in the People Record of Homestart Edinburgh, the same companies that incorporated Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, where I was removed from for refusing to file forged bank documents and where this whole investigation began. Referring back to Global Financial Risk Solutions Limited, David James Hickman connects to 73 companies, including Milmax Limited, that was incorporated in March 2011, just over a month after the Christchurch earthquake. It links immediately to the main company in the fraud by Dunstana Davis, a name that links to Vistra and Waterloo companies. On its incorporation document. This person also connects to various Lloyds-related companies. Remember, Lloyds Bank, I acquired forged Lloyds Bank documents from Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, and Lloyds Bank companies are shown on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that links practically all areas of the research together. So you also have, an example, you have Jardine in brackets Lloyds Underwriting Agents Limited that was incorporated in 1969, the same year that Charles became the Prince of Wales, and has a registered address of BDO LLP, making critical connections throughout the fraud to temple addresses and to the research relating to the Vatican. I acquired forged Lloyds Bank documents. I won't repeat that. So this is all coming in from the research of the Birmingham 6 judges. Hickman also connects to Marsh and McClellan India Holdings Limited, making immediate connections to the research surrounding the case of serial killer Fred West, as well as other areas of the fraud previously mentioned tonight. In 1991, the Court of Appeal regarding the Birmingham 6 was constituted by Lord Justice Lloyd, Mustill and Farquharson. Research of Lord Justice Lloyd suggests it was Anthony John Leslie Lloyd, the son of Edward Lloyd and Leslie Johnson Fleming. Okay, so his parents were a Fleming and a Lloyd. Remember, we got the Flemings initiating my removal from Exbourne Manor. After serving in the British Army, Lloyd studied law at Trinity College in Cambridge. He was admitted to the Inner Temple as a barrister in 1955, the same year the relative first Walt Disney Resort opened that relates to the apparent infiltration of the royal family. And that actually links into what we were talking about, again, the MK Ultra program, because you had Werner von Braun brought over from Operation Paperclip from the Nazi regime to America. That then turned into the MK Ultra program, as I've said. But Werner von Braun was connected to Hitler and Walt Disney. Okay, so we have this link very quickly via Werner von Braun to everything. And I've researched the name Werner von Braun in my document, and that links into Exbourne Manor and the same fraud again. In 1969, he was appointed Attorney General to the Prince of Wales. Oh dear. It's unreal, isn't it, what is coming out now? So this all makes sense, doesn't it? Sorry, I know I'd already written that in here, but it's just you forget about what you put, and when you read it, it's just like, wow. He served until 1977. Oh, I remember what's coming now. This is critical. I remember what's coming up. He served until 1977, when the Albert Pike letter appeared to have been written by Albert Pike to Mazzini, the head of the Illuminati, was removed from public view. He apparently, oh, my fingers over the screenshot, he apparently, something in December 2024, died in December 2024 as the exposure continued. And 1977 is also the year that I was born, so the Albert Pike letter was removed from public view that same year. A company's house search of Anthony John Leslie Lloyd shows that he had been a director for 6 companies, and critically, this included Foundation for Science and Technology, that is featured elsewhere and connects quickly to Ghislaine Maxwell. It also links immediately via a director to the Christchurch earthquake appeal, and was incorporated in 1977. This company, the Science Technology Company, where this judge links, 1977, the year that I was born, and it dissolved in December 2022, the same month that I made the first official report of the fraud to Action Fraud. That's massive, everybody, okay? So we now have a direct link from the Birmingham 6 to the Christchurch, New Zealand earthquake appeal, Ghislaine Maxwell, Exbourne Manor, Lloyd's Bank, all tying in almost immediately through the Birmingham 6 research. Gary, what can we do to help you? I need accountability for all the corrupt. You need to follow my strategy on the document. There's many things could be, there's a whole list of things on that strategy. So the first thing is you need the document. Really, we need to be starting to make citizens' arrests of the solicitors, financial advisors, and the solicitors, financial advisors, and the accountants. All of them are part of this. All of them. They all need to be arrested, and the Freemasons lodges. That's what really everybody needs to do. That would be my number one priority, because we're running out of time, according to the research. You know, you've now got an article from the 18th of December saying they're trying to build a bigger, larger Hadron Collider under the Future Circular Collider program. And that, I knew they were trying to build it before then, but you've now had a load of rich people donating almost £1 billion to build this large Hadron Collider. Now, if that's true, and they're really doing that, and they're trying to create a black hole here on Earth as a complete destruction and inversion of creation, then there is going to be no future for everybody if they succeed in that. So, Lloyd also connects to Brighton West Pier Trust, where he was appointed in 1995, the same year that the intelligence agency and Russian government-linked Hackler International Advisory Board company was incorporated. The company was incorporated in 1978, and it has a forged register. And John Russell Lloyd is shown on the incorporation document with the bottom of pages 620 at the bottom of pages 624 and 27. The bottom of page 25 appears to have been doctored to hide some information. Filing history shows that Mike John Attenborough was terminated as a director in January 2025 as the exposure continued. In the People record, it shows that Attenborough had been appointed in 2021 and connects to 29 companies, which includes, there are various connections to religious. I've missed a bit there. There are various connections to religious companies from some of the directors, Richard Attenborough companies, and to Beaver Films Limited, that was incorporated in 1962, around the same time as the apparent infiltration of the real royal family. It's the same year, remember, that Siemens company was created as well. This company, Beaver Films Limited. Remember, the sex trade, illegal and legal, is massively implicated into the laundering of your money, and how that's being used for crimes against women and children, and how that ties into the sex trade in all of this and this criminal network they've got in place. So you have this Beavers Film Limited that was incorporated in 1962. It has Crawley and De Rhea on its incorporation document. Now, this is absolutely critical. I've forgotten about this. On its incorporation document, Beaver Films Limited has Crawley and De Rhea. Now, I've only seen that twice in all of my research. The other time was coming in from the death of Jill Dando, which linked to a company tied to the Vatican, and it had that exact same company on its incorporation document. Now we've seen it again on Beavers Limited, created the same year as the infiltration of the royal family. Now, the De Rhea name, this company is called Crawley and De Rhea. Well, the De Rheas had 3 properties at Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, and I did research on the figures and worked out they had paid nothing into that company from 2015 to 2022. The Assistant Chief Constable for Dorset Police at the time was Sam De Rhea. Okay, now I suspect they're going to be connected to this, because you then have the Mishcon De Rhea company that links into the threat from directed energy and the crimes against children, according to the research, and they link to the royal family, the company called Mishcon De Rhea. So here we have Crawley and De Rhea for the second time ever I'd seen that, okay, on this company document. Lord Richard Samuel Attenborough connects Beaver Films Limited to the British Film Academy, the Old Vic Theatre Trust 2000, British Academy of Film and Television Arts, that is connected to the research of Fred West and elsewhere, Global Radio Limited that features elsewhere in the document, and absolutely bombshell critical, the Duke of York's Theatre Limited, where they were appointed at a key time of 1991 and resigned in 1992, when the Companies House Register started to become electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. This makes the connection to the De Rea Company in the Vatican now to Prince Andrew, who is the Duke of York. And we have the link to the Attenborough family and the Catholic Church all now tie in to this, okay, all to the Collider technology. Remember, you've got the earthquake, Christchurch Earthquake Company linking in to Ghislaine Maxwell right here, this same part of this document. No coincidence, everybody. The Catholic Church became a legal entity, as I said. This company was incorporated in 1957, which is the year before Charles was initiated to become the Prince of Wales. Remember, we got the infiltration of the royal family around this time, according to Vanessa Emery. It appears that the register has been forged with 2 entries on the overview. And this is very unusual. 2 entries on the overview with 2 different names with the exact same period of time for those names. So what they've said is it had 2 names at the same period of time, which is not possible. So it looks as though they panicked because of the connection to Prince Andrew and added a separate entry on the overview with a second name to try and hide the falsification of the register. But by doing that, they've exposed themselves even more by putting a second entry because the first one is still there. Nicholas Graham Potter connects Duke of York's Theatre Limited to 36 companies, including Playhouse Theatre Limited and Playhouse Companies, connected directly to the research of Bournemouth from the World Trade Center buildings elsewhere in my document, and to an office that I actually used to almost work from on the patch that I worked at in Bournemouth. Linking to, because remember, everything was staged surrounding me. My relationship was set up. I was introduced by Ben Pope, my sergeant. I've researched Ben Pope coming in, and it connects all into everything. Okay, Jock Condon was the one that introduced me to the flat at Exbourne Manor, both in 2007. I ended up buying that property. Jock Condon appears to be a relation of Sir Paul Condon, who was the chief constable of Kent Police at one point, where I was living in Kent at that time. Okay, he then became the Metropolitan Police Crime Commissioner. On his Companies House record, under the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, he is connected to BA Systems and Group 4 security companies. Edward Kenning Stimpson connects Duke of York's Theatre Limited to 49 companies, including Sonia Friedman Productions Limited. It was incorporated on the, I've covered it with my finger, something October 2001, less than a month after the World Trade Center disaster. Research shows that Sonia Friedman is considered one of the most influential stage producers and shaped theatre in London in 2024. In 2025, she worked significantly in collaboration with Hollywood actor Hugh Jackman. Friedman has a Jewish-Russian immigrant father and was appointed Officer of the Order of the British Empire in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal became exposed, and received birthday honours for services to theatre, and Commander of the Order of the British Empire in 2023. She had a New Year honours for services to theatre, and this was as the exposure continued. Desmond Roger Wingate Harrison connects Duke of York's Theatre Limited to 26 companies, including Reach PLC, making critical connections throughout the document and to the Maxwells and many television companies that link with the research of the Israel attacks of 2023. Reach PLC is a centralised company that has enabled the centralisation of media companies, okay, and the dissemination of information around the world. So Eddie Kundis connects Duke of York's Theatre Limited to 37 companies, including Hampstead Theatre Limited, linking to the research of the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry and the Jewish Community Centre UK. And that is on the corporation document for the Jewish Centre Community Centre UK Limited, and connects many areas of the fraud as shown elsewhere in the document. The Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry is critical in all of this, where it suggests that two children were interviewed. I've seen the interviews where they claim that their father, Ricky Dearman, was the ringleader of a group of evil people, from the sounds of it, and were actually sexually abusing them and other children and raping them, but also making them and other children participate in the decapitation and drink of babies, and drinking those babies' blood in a school and in a church. And guess what the church, I think the church is called? Christ Church. All right, and guess what the church is called in Westbourne, where my wife's went to, and links to Deborah Fleming via the Wessex Partnership? Christchurch. And what's the name of the town where I worked in Dorset? Christchurch. And the name of the road where Exbourne Manor is? Christchurch. And Christchurch, the town in Dorset, is twinned with Christchurch in New Zealand. So this Kulu Kundis also connects to various sports companies that link to the Olympics, Olympic game companies, making the links to my family and the research of the apparent infiltration of the royal family almost immediately. They also connect to London and Overseas Freighters PLC, a freight company. It was incorporated in 1948, the same year as the related Israel-Arab War and the year after the Doomsday Clock was started, and is shown as being in the process of liquidation. Kulukundis also connects to Rithmnis and Kulukundis company that was incorporated in 1922, and Militiadus Alexander Kulukundis connects to 6 companies, including United Kingdom Mutual War Risks Association that was incorporated in 1913, 4 years before the Balfour Declaration that fermented Israel involving the Rothschilds. Have we done that? Oh, we've done that bit. Research shows that Kulukundis is from a Greek shipping family and apparently lost a nephew in the Lockerbie bombing that happened in 1988, and it is important in the research, appearing to be a state event, and that links into Jeffrey Epstein, and it also links into one of the Rockefeller's family members of the Rockefeller family, and the suspect, one of the suspects that I've researched for the Lockerbie bombing, the research goes straight back in to Pan Am American Airways and Raytheon's Limited. Well, Pan Am American Airways was the company used where the aeroplane that was supposedly bombed in 1988 over Scotland. So that tells us almost certainly that is a staged event involved in all of this. So he has significant connections to athletics and therefore the Olympics, as did one of the Rockefellers, the same Rockefeller that I've just told you about that links to the Lockerbie bombing. The Olympics make important connections through the fraud, as I've said, and the infiltration of the real royal family, according to the research. Charles Stanley Balson connects United Kingdom Mutual War Risks Association. So a mutual war, everybody. I think this company is really important in all of this, because it tells us, remember, we've got the link to the collaborative deception of the Russian government, and what are we seeing at the moment? A fake escalation in risk of war between Russia and organizations. They're all working together, a mutual risk of war over the exposure as it is happening. They also link to, hold on, what was that bit? Charles Stanley Balson connects United Kingdom Mutual War Risks Association Limited to Shirley Towers Management Company Limited that was incorporated in 1985. The filing history shows that on the 11th of March 2025, the company's registered address was changed from 11 Queensley House, Queensway, New Milton, Hampshire. The address featured throughout the research of the fraud, specifically around Exbourne Manor, and connects to Julian Assange and a doomsday cult. One of the other judges in the Birmingham 6 appeal trial was Michael John Mustill. He was an English barrister and judge. He was the Lord of Appeal in Ordinary from 1992, which is again when the Companies House Register started to become electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity, until 1997, the year Princess Diana and the founder of the Church of Satan appeared to die as the attack against humanity appears to have been planned. He had been called to the bar, Gray's Inn, in 1955 and became the Queen's Counsel in 1968 and a bencher in 1976. 1955 is important. That's when the Walt Disney Resort first opened in California in America. Mustill was deputy chairman of the Hampshire Quarter. Hampshire is the county where Deborah Fleming was the chief NHS executive. In 1997, the same year that the relative World Economic Forum began, he was made chairman of the Civil Service Appeal Tribunal and recorder of the Crown Court in 1972, holding both posts until 1978. He was knighted and was a judge of the High Court Queen's Bench Division from 1978 to 1985. He was also the chairman of the Judicial Studies Board and chairman of the Department's Committee of Law Administration. Studies Board until 1989, chairman of the department. Yes, 1989 when the World Wide Web was created for CERN. A Companies House search for Mustill shows that an exact record for him is connected to the Mental Health Foundation. We actually mentioned that right back at the beginning of the research. I think it was in relation to the Daniel Morgan. Actually, I can tell on here. Oh, I can't. No, I can't on here. The Daniel Morgan murder. So this now, I believe, links to the murder of Daniel Morgan, as well as tying everything else that we've talked about tonight all together. Serial killers, murders, corruption, all linking in with the royal family. Fake royal family appears, and everything else we're talking about in the collide of technology here. So he connects to the Mental Health Foundation from before 1992 until 1993, when he resigned. The company was incorporated in 1992 when the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and it connects immediately to the fraud by Clifford Chance on its incorporation document. And page 9 shows various Jardine companies. Remember, we mentioned with Jardine companies previously linked to Lloyd's Bank during the research of the judge for the initial trial of the Birmingham 6. So this now suggests a connection to the retrial judge, to the former judge for the Birmingham 6 trial. Somebody Blackhouse connects the Mental Health Foundation to 15 companies, including Legg Mason Investment Holdings PLC, that was incorporated in 1926 and dissolved in 2018, as Gordon Bowden was exposing the evidence of the non-verification element of the Companies House fraud. It has a forged register and Waterlow and Sons on its incorporation document, one of the main companies in the fraud and linked to the main currency producer, De La Rue. I'm pretty sure Legg Mason Company connects to the evidence of Prince Harry wearing the skin of Madeleine McCann at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. I need to check that, but I'm pretty sure Legg Mason, coming in from the World Wide Web, was the company that linked to Harry's Shoes Limited. John Chester Botts connects Legg Mason Invest Holdings PLC to various Canary Wharf Group investment holdings. To Canary Group Investment Holdings, making the connections to the leader of Qatar that was educated in Sherborne in Dorset, and to the research of the Israel attacks and the Manchester Arena bombing. Backhouse also connects to Lloyd's Banking Group PLC, making important connections through the fraud, and to page 40 of the Royal Foundation, the Prince and Princess of Wales, that links all areas of the fraud practically, and to the Monks Company. The third judge mentioned in the appeal trial of the Birmingham 6 was Sir Donald Henry Farquharson, or however you pronounce that. He was a British barrister who served as a High Court judge and as a Lord Justice of Appeal. The surname of the person that is the same surname, quite an unusual one, I believe, of the person that assaulted me in prison, and has the same surname as the person that assaulted me in prison, and links to key areas of the fraud in Dorset. And that person who was, and the same name as someone that assaulted me in prison, who was a higher ranking prison official, resigned from the company that I've linked them to on the day that I was released from prison. A Companies House search for Donald Henry Farquharson shows duplicate records for the name, with one record connecting to 3 companies, including Every Child, Everyday Academy Trust, that was incorporated in August 2012. Every Child companies links to the research of the blood of the children, coming in from YMCA Limited. That exact same company, the Every Child company, also comes in from the research of Sasha Stone, and information suggests Sasha Stone is working in collaboration with black nobility families, specifically Ciro Orsini, and that research also hits straight into exactly the same company linking to the blood of the children, therefore linking back into the Vatican. So this company is called Every Child, Everyday Academy Trust, that was incorporated in August 2012, the month after CERN, and CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs boson, the God particle, on the 4th of July 2012. A Companies House search for, I mentioned that. The month after CERN claims to have discovered the Higgs God particle, and its name was changed in August 2016, the same month, the exact same month that a ritual appeared to have taken place at CERN by the Shiva statue representing creation and destruction. Maclay, Murray and Spence LLP is shown in the People record, again connecting immediately to the research of the initial trial of the Birmingham 6. Ian Michael Fishwick connects Every Child Everyday Academy Trust to 29 companies, including the Closed Film Sale and Leaseback 2003/4 LLP and Closed Film Sale and Leaseback companies make critical connections through the document to the fraud, the Satanic Temple United Kingdom, and the intelligence agency, specifically Kash Patel, who was positioned by Donald Trump this year, as shown elsewhere in the document. Fishwick also connects to, I need to do a bit more research around that, Guy Jonathan Solway connects Every Child Everyday Academy Trust to AECOM companies, and AECOM's features in the research. Brian Peter Miller connects Every Child and Everyday Academy Trust to 10 companies, including German School Association. This is critical. German School Association Limited, that was incorporated in 1970, the year between Charles becoming the Prince of Wales and the World Economic Forum being created. Bernd Euler connects this company to various Siemens companies, making critical connections to CERN and major areas of the fraud. Remember, Siemens was linked to the Nazi regime, therefore Operation Paperclip, massively linked into CERN, and links immediately into Jeffrey Epstein via the Edge Foundation, which is connected to one of its directors. It's a criminal organization, this Siemens company, and that Siemens company was started in 1962, the same year as the apparent infiltration of the royal family, and it changed its name for the first time ever on the 5th of May this year, after I'd exposed its link to Jeffrey Epstein, and that was prompted by a helicopter crash in America in April, where a Siemens CEO in Spain, somebody is on here from Spain. Well, this is very important for you. The Siemens CEO supposedly died in a helicopter crash in America in April 2025, where his 3 children died and his wife supposedly in the helicopter crash. I suspect that was staged. I suspect it didn't happen, and it was set up to scare others working for Siemens from talking out, to stop them speaking out about all of this. Siemens is a really important company in all of this. It was originally founded, so you got this company started in 1962, only changed its name after I exposed it more after the helicopter crash, but it was actually originally founded back in 1847, which is 3 years after the Companies House records began. So this suggests that it was all tied in right back with the Companies House records. 3 years later, they started it up. The Nazi regime link was connected. Now, this goes right back to the Reformation of the 13th century, when you had a German company called Gutenberg's that was producing religious material on behalf of the Catholic Church, I believe, allowing rapid distribution of the religious material around the world. So right back then, we had this connection to Germany and the control of information going back many centuries here now. So you can see how they've got to this point of controlling everything other than, for whatever reason, and now they have suppressed me massively. My whole TikTok channel was removed recently, but they are allowing some of my evidence to come out. Now, I think, like I keep saying, I think I'm going to be some sort of bloodline connection, whether that's going to be to the Vatican or to royalty, I don't know. But I think there's definitely going to be something there. I don't believe my family was my real family, certainly not my mum. Okay, my mum's reaction to me practically told me she wasn't my mum. And I found loads of connections, including Ninth Circle companies linking to the research of my mum's employer. And when you come in from my mum's employer, it also links back into Exborn Manor, Julian Assange, and everything else that I've been telling you about. So this same director we're looking at also connects to Richmond Theatre Trust Limited, that was incorporated in 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. And David Beresford Jones connects the company to 16 companies, including Duke of York's Theatre, featured in the research of the Judge Lodge in the appeal for the Birmingham Six. Judge Lloyd, sorry, in the appeal for the thing. Now, do I do the Saturnalia research or the Southgate stabbings? I'll come to some questions, have a little break from that. Oh, my back's hurting in here. I'm just going to have a look at some questions. If you've got any questions, put them on there. Getting tired now. The HMOs, not-for-profits, and even key IVF locations have been shown to be involved in trafficking and harm to children. Are there links to entities like those in Companies House Register? HMOs, not too sure specifically HMOs, but all organisations are implicated in this. I've done work on DWP, all involved. It's the whole thing's compromised by this and the crimes against children. It's a massive part of this, according to all of the research. Just think about all before you judge. My view is, if people aren't exposing this now, then they're part of the problem. So many people are either turning against me, they're not exposing it, they're trying to undermine my evidence. Well, they're part of the problem, aren't they? We have to have the truth. Saturnalia research. Oh, you want me to talk about the Saturnalia research? Yeah, I'll do that in a minute then. I'll do that first. I haven't seen all the previous comments. Sorry, yeah, you may be talking about something else. Sorry, I do apologise. Because I've come to the latest comments. That won't happen. Meteors don't exist. We live in a model simulation. I've got to say, I don't believe asteroids hit the Earth or comets have hit the Earth. I think that's part of the lie. I actually suspect the dinosaurs didn't even exist. I've spoken to somebody that was months ago. Unfortunately, I didn't get more information from them. They knew a security guard who worked in the National Geographic. They knew a security guard who worked in the the Natural Science Museum, isn't it? No, Natural History Museum, sorry. And they'd been into the cases where the dinosaur bones are, and they worked out they were not real bones at all. Illusions, civil. Well, it is so live with you, Illusion. I was a civilian chief of officers. Mess. There's a lot of conversations going on, which is really good. What I'm going to do is just leave it. I'm not going to try and go back and look at comments. So if anyone's got any questions, Gary, have you heard of Christian 21? No, I haven't. Sorry. No, I haven't. Any other questions before I move on with the Saturnalia research I've done? Gary, thoughts on NASA? One letter short of Satan. Definitely involved. All fake. I don't believe anything they've told us is real. These people are all about inversion and deception and lies, and they've created this I believe. I mean, you can see it through the Company's House records, so it's so obvious through that we have to consider that it's also there for everything else. And the dates of NASA is so important. 1958 was found that same year Prince Charles was initiated to become the Prince of Wales, and then the first moon landing supposedly happened in 1969, which is when Charles became the Prince of Wales officially. So it's all tying in to suggest that it's all fake. Silver, gold, BTC time. For evil to prosper, all we need is for good people to do nothing. Exactly. You're absolutely right. For evil to prosper, all we need is for good people to do nothing. Exactly. So we need to be doing more. Gary, thoughts on NASA? Yeah, hopefully answer that a little bit. Louise, is it possible? Will you move out of the UK? Me, I'd love to move out of the UK. Can't at the moment. I'd love to move out of the UK. Gary, have you heard of the Latter-day Saints? Yes, I have. I haven't done a lot of research about them, but I have heard about them. I did look into them for a bit. I hope it has a phone filter, as phones are really horrendous for lack of sleep after using. Yeah, I actually sleep all right, to be honest with you. My eyes are definitely getting worse from the radiation, probably, but from it. What about Dr. Stephen Greer? I haven't specifically looked at Stephen Greer, I'm afraid. I've looked at, what was his name? The guy that's talking about the COVID thing. You need to understand that all of these people that are talking about the vaccines and COVID, they're not willing to expose the Company's House fraud. This includes Andrew Bridgen, Mark Sexton, and others. So that tells you they must be part of the deception, because I've got the evidence proving that the vaccines are criminal, fraudulent companies. So if you were really fighting against the vaccines and COVID, then you'd of course want the evidence from a former police officer saying why they're criminal organisations, but they're refusing to use it. And Mark Sexton ended up blocking me, but Andrew Bridgen didn't really respond to any of my messages. Earlier on, I had a phone call with him where he said that adrenochrome, he thought adrenochrome was real. That was the first time I'd heard about adrenochrome, which I find interesting because he's linked to the Straight to Export Manor Freehold Limited via a company, AB Produce, on his incorporation documents. It's Swift Incorporations, and Jordan's again, exactly the same as Export Manor. So it's a criminal organisation. But importantly, AstraZeneca UK Limited also has those companies on its incorporation document. So that tells us that Andrew Bridgen is connected to AstraZeneca UK. How are you keeping, Gary? Yeah, okay, thank you. It's very, very cold now for me. When I'm not in my sleeping bags, and if I'm out too much, very cold. Gary, can you prove the police did not? Gary, how can you prove the police did not caution you? Look, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't hear them caution me, but the arrest is unlawful anyway, because you'll see when I do my videos, under the CPS guidelines, there has to be, they have to look at the information being provided to them. If they don't, then they're not actually fulfilling their duties, their role. Now, I was offering a document proving everything. So hopefully many of you have seen the arrest, and they didn't even look at it. So it's completely criminal. They set up looks like a fake prison number. Gary, where do we go now after the fiat currency on a knife edge to bring in digital currency? We cannot allow full digital currency control, everybody. If that happens, we're in serious trouble, everyone. This is why you need to start making arrests now. If you're innocent in this, I don't know how many people on here are going to be innocent. A lot of people aren't. They need to be arrested. It's the only way I can see this really being resolved in time. To be honest with you, on the morning, have as much money as the Vatican. Thoughts on flat Earth? I don't know. It looks round to me. I see a round moon. I see a round sun. I don't know. I can't prove that through the Company's House records. So I try and steer clear of something that I can't support through the Company's House records. But to me, just by thinking logically and what I see, it appears to be round to me. And those that are turning against me are saying that the world's flat. So if they're turning against me, why would they be doing that? And so it's looking as though they're set up as part of a trap potentially to draw people into something that's not true. Gary, how did it? Avner, this live has nothing to do with Islam. You're on the wrong live. Well, it does have to do with Islam, but I haven't seen what she's been putting. But what's the opposite of a spinning ball inversion of Bible? 200 verses stating it's flat. I wish more people would wake up to the BS. Yeah, absolutely. DNA. I use a filter on my PRC and phone and blue light. Yes. Unless enough of us arrest, we will be arrested. No, that shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Look, what other options have you got? You just carry on doing nothing? What else are you going to do? Nothing else is working. It's the only option. It's the only viable option. There is nothing else. Thanks, Shady. Yeah, send me the information on the Latter-day Saints that you have. Thank you. The circle is not round. The Bible said the world is flat. Gary, do you need warmer supplies? I'm okay, thank you. Thank you very much for asking, though. I really appreciate it. I've got money, so the earth has over it. Exactly. Do you think the Lucy Letby case? Oh, it's just moved. Do you think the Lucy Letby case could be linked in? It's 100% linked. I've already done the research. 100%. Coming in from the two doctors that instigated her investigation, they're massively linked straight into the fraud. And they link to Moderna as well, the vaccine company. Yeah, definitely 100%. It's not what we're being led to believe, based on the evidence. Keep going, Gary. Some are shown to see, and others, it's not their time. Yeah, absolutely agree. You can see and hear the firmament above echoing. Right, I've got most. I know I probably missed some comments. I'm going to talk about the Saturday. Now, I've already done a little bit of research on this, so you have to forgive me. It's not finished. And then I think before I go to sleep tonight, I'm going to do the. What's the time? I'm going to do the research on the Southport stabbing with you, because that's pretty important in all of this. So it's all connected, everybody. All right, Saturnalia. Now, remember, this is a very early research on this, so forgive me if some of this is it might need changing a little bit, but this is what I put so far. Saturnalia was a Roman celebration that ended up being between the 17th to the 23rd of December. A holiday was celebrated with the sacrifice at the temple of Saturn in the Roman Forum and a public banquet, followed by private gift giving, continual partying, and a carnival atmosphere that overturned Roman social norms. Saturnalia may have influenced some of the customs associated with the later celebrations in Western Europe occurring in midwinter, particularly Christmas and Epiphany. Particularly the my finger's gone over it. Electing Lord of Misrule. I'm gonna have to leave that bit. Sol Invictus also relates to Rome and involved a celebration, according to the research, 25th of December 25th of December, and some information suggests they chose that date for Jesus' birth deliberately to coincide with the Sol Invictus, which generally involves soldiers, and related Mithras, the ancient Roman sun god, which actually does link to Iran via the research. Mithraism is heavily involved in sacrifices and connects to ancient Iranian worship. Now, I haven't gone into any more detail around the background of it, so forgive me, it's quite limited. But a company's house search for Saturnalia shows that Saturnalia UK Limited was incorporated in 1992, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and when the Catholic Church became a legal entity. It has Wahid Rajak, Rapid nominees, and Rapid company services that I've not seen before connected to it. Rapid Company Services Limited is in the people record and connects to 246 companies, including Stephen Friedman Fine Arts that was incorporated as Jetark Limited in 1995, the same year as the Hackler International Advisory Board that links the intelligence agencies to the Russian government. So we have this name of Stephen Friedman. We've already spoken about Lucy Friedman earlier. Stephen Adam Friedman is in the People records and connects immediately to Fuels. Sorry, Stephen Adam Friedman is in the People records and connects immediately to Future Fuels #1 LLP. This company connects immediately to the research of CERN as shown elsewhere in the document. Now, that research was one of my contacts in Lancashire, which is where the infiltration of the royal family took place. They were starting to be contacted by a guy called David Salt, who was an employee of CERN. He even says that all over his social media. And I've seen emails confirming that he is an employee of CERN. Well, when you research him, he's also connected to Future Fuels Limited. Okay, now Future Fuels #1 LLP is going to be linked to that, and that exact company is also featured recently elsewhere in my document. I need to confirm where that is, but it's quite an important part, I'm sure. So we've now got a connection via Saturnalia to CERN, okay, via this Friedman name. Now, Friedman also connects to Redux Laboratories LLP that was incorporated in 2013, and it dissolved in 2023 as the exposure continued. And as I escalated the exposure of the fraud, it has KPMG in its registered address, making critical connections throughout the fraud and the apparent skinning of children alive. Okay, so that links in via the KPMG is all the way through the document, but specifically what comes to mind is when you research the Chief Constable of Dorset that was brought in after the original one when I was reporting the fraud. So the original one was called Scott Chilton. He got moved after I reported the fraud to Hampshire and Isle of Wight and Dorset, and Amanda Pearson got brought in as the new Chief Constable from the Metropolitan Police. Scott Chilton then subsequently resigned on the exact same day that I released my evidence of the Satanic Temple United Kingdom Company and placed that in the public domain. The exact same day, and he was featured on that document and that disclosure, and he resigned from the police or retired from the police. Now, Amanda Pearson that was brought in, Companies House record immediately links her to KPMG that is on this company that we're just talking about here. Now, she also links via an alias record, I believe it is, without looking at it, to Skin Companies and Clinton Companies, linking into the fraud. Now, remember, the Clintons were involved, according to the research, in the Pizzagate scandal and the skinning of children. So we have a Skin Company, a Clinton Company, linking into the fraud via this Chief Constable was brought into the police to Dorset, where this all started for me. So we have this link to KPMG, making critical connections, as I've said. Dr. Kevin Al-Muti connects Redux Laboratories LLP to Ingenious Film Partners 2 LLP, which is the company shown on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that links practically all areas of the fraud together. And there is a Monks company also on there. So we've now got this link from Saturnalia almost immediately to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Research of Stephen Fieldman, this is really important, shows that this is the same name. Research of Stephen Fieldman shows a man of the same name had been an American economist and former chairman of the US President's Intelligence Advisory Board, the Federal Reserve Bank as well of New York, and Goldman Sachs. He was nominated on October the 27th, 2004 to become the, I haven't actually put what he was, sorry, I haven't put what that's for. Something happened in 2004. Friedman was born in New York City to a Jewish family. He received a BA from Cornell University in 1959. The same year, the year after, Charles was initiated to become the Prince of Wales. And his Juris Doctor degree was from Columbia Law University School in 1962, the year of the apparent infiltration of the royal family. At Cornell, he was a member of the Quill and Dagger Society. Now, I need to research that a bit more. I haven't researched it. And a champion wrestler. Well, this is interesting. Someone mentioned on the comments earlier, Donald Trump even features on wrestling. Well, now we have a link to wrestling via the president's former intelligence person name. It links into this. At Columbia, he was on the law review. In 1966, the year of the foundation of the Church of Satan, Friedman joined Goldman Sachs and became a partner in 1973, the same year that the World Trade Center was completed and where its construction began in 1966. From 1987 until November 1990, he was the co-chief operating officer and either co-chairman or chairman between 1990 and 1994, a critical time in the apparent falsified prophecy agenda. From 1998 to 2002, the year after the World Trade Center disaster, he was served as the something principal of Marsh and McLennan Capital Corp, with Marsh and McLennan featured in the previous research tonight, linking to it also links to the World Trade Center disaster from other research, and it was shown in important research tonight twice coming in from the serial killers. We had Marsh and McLennan in that research. So you can see how quick this all connects. In March 1999, the year of the re-establishment of the Church of Satan, after the death of the former founder within 2 months of Princess Diana, President Clinton announced his intention to appoint Friedman and Crescencio S. Arcos to serve as members of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. I suspect Friedman is related to Lucy Friedman, connected to Duke of York's Theatre Limited immediately, as shown in the research of Birmingham 6 earlier. Referring back to Stephen Friedman Fine Arts, the company where that name, I found that name, Jeffrey Byrne connects to 21 companies, including Allied Stars Film Limited, that was incorporated in September 2007, a month after Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated and 4 months after Madeleine McCann went missing. Michael Simkins LLP is shown on the incorporation document, another company I had not seen. And guess what? Mohammed Al Fayed is shown as having been a director for this company from October 2008, the year that the Large Hadron Collider was first activated in CERN in Switzerland, until November 2019, a month before the supposed COVID outbreak. This is massive. Okay, so Saturnalia has obviously been on these people's minds involved in this fraud for some reason, to name that company Saturnalia, and now already having these links to Mohammed Al Fayed, and it looks like a name of the intelligence linking into the Russian government. Oh, I'm going to have to put my battery on charge. Bear with me. Of course, this links in now back in with Princess Diana, of course, because Mohammed Al Fayed was Dodi Al Fayed's father, and she was in a relationship with him. Dodi Al Fayed from, I believe it was July 1997, literally for a month or so prior to their supposed death. Now, he links in, remember, with the Church of Satan's leader research, Peter Gilmore, and nuclear weapons companies. Bear with me, I'm just trying to sort my battery out on my phone. Is that charging? Yeah. I'm just going to hold it for a bit. There are... Oh, it's not charging. What's going on here? Might have to get another cable. Looks like the cable might be broken. I'll just see if it goes off again. I'll have to get another. Is that charging? I think that's charging. If I cut out because the live goes, because the battery goes, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go across to my TikTok account, which is Gary the Truth Sets Us Free. And on there, people can actually come on and speak if they want to about this, and it gives me a break. So it's Gary, the truth sets us free on TikTok if I cut out, and it'll be about 5 minutes after I cut out because I need a quick drink. So we have this link. There are several Harrods companies also linking in from here, as well as Liberty companies, likely relating to the Liberty Group, previously affiliated to the Paedophile Information Exchange and the YMCA via the research, the Young Men's Christian Association. A company's house search for Sol Invictus reveals some interesting results, including Sol Invictus Systems Limited, that was incorporated as NW Warwick 2007 in 2005. This is very interesting. So it had a name 2007, but it was incorporated in 2005, and there was no other sort of reference to 2007. Very unusual. And its its name having last been changed in June 2011 between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death. It connects immediately to the Fraud and Exborn Manor Freehold Limited by UK PLC companies on its incorporation document. Dr. Jane Mary O'Connor's connects Sol Invictus Systems Limited to 74 companies, including David Simpkin Agencies Limited. Now, Simpkin, wasn't that the name? Simpkins. Oh, I think that links back to. I'd have to check that, but I'm pretty sure we had a Michael Simpkins LLP coming in from the Saturn company, and now coming in from a separate search of Invictus, we have. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it again. Lost it. I want to make sure I say the right. Yeah, David Simpkin Agencies. So I'll check to see if that's possibly going to be a link back into Saturnalia. Okay, that's all I've done at the moment in relation to that. I'm going to move on to the Southgate. Southgate stabbings. So on the 29th of July 2024, a mass stabbing supposedly occurred in Southgate, targeting young girls, and it occurred children, and it occurred at Heart Space, a dance studio in the area of Southport, United Kingdom. Axel Rudacabana supposedly killed 3 and injured 10 others at a Taylor Swift yoga and dance workshop attended by 26 children. A search for Heart Space shows that Heart Space Limited was incorporated on the 13th of October 2023, 9 months before the incident. The filing history shows that its registered address was changed on the 29th of October 2024, exactly 3 months after the incident and 16 days, over a year after its incorporation. I've blocked some of it with my finger. Something Louise Scholes, born March 1987, is shown as the only director for the company, and this is based in Southport, so we know this company is going to be linked. A separate search for Jennifer Scholes, or Scholes, Scholes, shows 2 entries, with one being a Jennifer Margaret Scholes, born 1986, 1 year different, and having been appointed to Lunar Bespoke Limited on the 22nd of August 2024, less than a month after the incident, and it is a criminal company with one of the main companies in the fraud, the London Law Agency, on its incorporation document. This makes connections to the Madeleine McCann case, to Keir Starmer again, to the Royal Foundation and the Prince and Princess of Wales. And it also links to P. Diddy, who used Bates, Wells and Braithwaite for his defence in the case. The filing history shows that in July 2025, as other huge movements are made in relation to the fraud, the registered address and the details for a second director, Wesley Scholes, is changed. The details of what it was changed to has been omitted from the document. So there's a document attached to that filing history. They've said that they've changed the details from this to something, but they've omitted put in what that change was. Okay, that's really quite important. A separate search for Wesley Scholes. Research reveals a David Wesley Scholes having been appointed to Clive West Memorial Trust in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. So what we're doing is we're in at the moment from the research of the location where the stabbing supposedly happened, or the company that was involved, in that where the event that was there. And remember, Taylor Swift, the Swift connection is going to be very important in all of this. Swift was the name of the international transaction system used in the international government fraud. It was also the name of the supposed asteroid that hit the Earth in the deception that Darren Brown was involved in, called Apocalypse, a television series in 2012 when that came out, the same year that CERN discovered the Higgs boson or God particle. Swift was the name of the asteroid that hit the planet in that deception against somebody, trying to make them believe it was the end of the world. And Darren Brown just quickly links into government companies very, very quickly from his Companies House research into the government, including the Reform Party. The company was incorporated in 2016, has an address in Northern Ireland, and has Janet Mullen Consulting Limited on its incorporation document, and immediately connects to judges and reverends, making a connection back to the religious establishments and the falsified prophecies. Something name record for David Wesley is in the People record. Connects. Oh, my finger's over a bit of it there. Something name record. The name record? Something update name record for David Wesley in the People record. Connects the company to Lanyon Place Management company that was incorporated in 1995, the same year as the intelligence agency and Russian government linked to Hackler International Advisory Board. Michael Smith connects Lanyon Place Management Company to 22 companies, including various, this is really important. So coming in from this location, we now hit via this name a link to loads of Titanic companies that had already featured in the research of the IRA, David Lammy, who was the Justice Secretary, and JP Morgan, and therefore the Flemings, and to major areas of the fraud. Now, David Lammy also links immediately to not David Beckham, what's his wife's name? Victoria Beckham companies, loads of them. Now, the Spice Girls have already been connected. The Spice Girls companies have been connected almost immediately to the research of the Israel attacks on the 7th of October 2023. So, this is all going to be very relative to everything that's going on here. Research of the suspect's surname, put that in Companies House. It reveals an entry for Alphonse Rudicabana, born in 1975, who appears to be the suspect's father and connects to Redknapp Limited with an address of Old School Close in Southport. The company was incorporated in 2018 and it dissolved on the 19th of August 2025, as I'm continuing to expose everything. It has an address of Shelton Street, Covent Gardens on its incorporation document that is used throughout the fraud. The filing history shows that an application was made to strike the company from the register on the 19th of October 2024, 10 days before changes are made in the dance company where the incident happened in the filing history. An article from the 12th of November this year, as the exposure continued, states that police will be conducting further inquiries with the suspect's parents, which is this person that we've been looking at. The other parent's name is Letitia Mazia. I'm not going to pronounce that right. So Muzayire. A search for this name on Companies House in Google reveals the filing history section of the Upper Room Ministries Limited, but the name does not appear anywhere, suggesting that the algorithm may be picking up deleted information about his mum. on that document. The filing history shows that on the 25th of October 2024, around the time of the other changes, the middle name Malamar of Albina Lorriman was removed from the record. So this makes the connection we have the Upper Room Ministries, which suggests again a tie to the potential falsified prophecies in the religious establishments. A separate search in Companies House for the removed middle name of Malamar reveals Malamar Wealth Limited, which connects to Open Work Partnership LLP, where they were appointed on the 23rd of September 2025. As the exposure continued, and obviously I was in prison at that point, the company was incorporated in 2005 and has almost 2,500 records on the People record. Mary Elaine Williams connects Open Work Partnerships LLP to 31 companies, including medical companies, Halifax, Scottish Widow companies, and HBOS companies. Such as HBOS International Financial Service Holdings Limited, that was incorporated as Clerical Medical Something Financial Holdings Limited, and it dissolved on the 9th of December this year. Now, HBOS companies are on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that links almost all areas of the research. Malamar Wealth Limited itself was incorporated on the 28th of February 2024, 5 months before the Southport incident. So this is 100% all connected to the Southport incident. I'm going to be doing I need to do more research surrounding it. I have done some initial search on the suspect's name, which has brought up some interesting but not quite confirmed connections in all of this. So I think we're going to leave it there for tonight. There's loads more evidence going into the document than I've acquired, adding into all of this. I'm just going to have a look at the questions. Mark Sexton is questionable. He's more than questionable. We've found Gary, you can be found through your phone. How are you still here? Well, I've got a VPN, which is suggesting, and it appears they can't find me. Now, they may be able to find me, but it's looking as though they can't, or they're allowing me because of somebody who I am, and they can't do anything to me. It's going to be one of those two things. Now, I know they have found me previously, but they didn't kill me, obviously. They just scared me to think my life was going to be taken. So read into that what you will. The system is designed to just keep treading water. Are you still in a tent? Yes, I am. The earth sits on 4 pillars. Over 200 Bible references the earth being stationary. Saturnalia relates to a black cube. Yeah, the cube of Saturn. Now, there is references potentially to that elsewhere in my research coming in from the Satanic Temple, United Kingdom. There appears to be reference to cube links and all of it. Gary, the mob can find you from your phone. How are you? Hopefully I've answered. I've seen this sun halos and sun dogs myself. There's a firmament. We only see one side of this. I need this app. Exactly, Andrew. Get rid of the surveillance military. Has it ever crossed your mind that maybe the firmament is magnetic field? Thanks, Gary. My own research, especially on Companies House, which you led me to, confirms your accuracy to me. Thank you so much. Thanks very much, Stephen. It's all true. Everything I'm telling you is true. Now, the National Crime Agency did remove 11,500 company records just suddenly back in July. And July is the key month, okay, because that is when they supposedly discovered the Atlas, 3i Atlas comet. And it's also the month when they announced Richard Knighton was going to be brought in as the head of the military in September. And it's also the month that De La Rue, the main currency producer, came off the London Stock Exchange for the first time since 1947, which is the year when the Doomsday Clock was created. Just looking through the questions, see if there's any questions for me. If not, we're going to end it here. I have no idea what the time is, but I'm going to go across to try and do a live so that people can actually come on and speak if they want on my TikTok account, which is Gary The Truth Sets Us Free. You'll need educated. You'll be telling me light travels next. This type of guy to wear tinfoil hat. Gary's educating, but people are more interested in other things. Give the guy some grown-up support. Thanks, Andrew. You need an education outside. You've got to remember a lot of these. They position so many people. You'll have specific people set up already to come onto social media lives and platforms, etc., to try and stop the truth coming out. Saturnalia was one of the gods who ate the flesh of the young. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. I do need to research it more. I think there is hidden artwork that depicts Saturnalia. Okay, so that Saturnalia is very likely going to have a more, if that's, I'm sure you're selling the truth there, that means it's going to be very likely more connected to Christmas and all of this than I'm realizing. So, yeah, I'll need to get something to confirm that to support what you're saying there. But there's definitely the crimes against children in relation to all of this. So don't believe anything you don't see with your own eyes. DJ Tatty, have you got real photos of the globe? Rumours of Catherine being a Rothschild. Catherine. I haven't used my... There's a lot of conversations going here. Gary, we are spinning. Can you feel the spin? I'm in a helicopter now. There's a lot of... Even David Icke is slating Trump. Despite David's information, I don't trust him. He gives me bad vibes. There's too much evidence linking David Icke into this. This is why he's refused to interview me. I had an interview with his son, requested an interview with David Icke. Nothing. David is a Mason. Gary has covered him already. Yeah, he's massively implicated in deception. He's linked to the intelligence agencies. How do cell towers affect us? Well, according to them, according to the research, cell towers emit electromagnetic radiation or frequencies. Now, apparently, it's the same technology as microwaves. Now, if that's true, obviously, if you put your hand in a microwave or any part of your body in a microwave, it's not going to be good for it, is it? So, if that's true and they have the ability to increase the power, and it is the same technology as microwave, then it could effectively cook the body from inside out. Now, whether that's actually true, that's part of the deception or not, I don't know. But I know full well that the cell towers are created with organisations that don't even exist legally. So they've obviously done that for a reason. They've used criminal fraudulent companies to set up the cell towers. Now, one of them I went to, for example, goes straight to, by a label that was on it, straight to the same company as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. So we know it's part of this agenda, all of this. Gary, what is the next prophecy according to the research? As they're in order, are they not? I don't know. There's so many different prophecies, or I tend to focus on what I can see in the Company's House records. David Icke came out in 1991 and said about the world being devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, acting on behalf of the God's Head, and all of my evidence seems to tie into a huge part of what he says and the falsified prophecies. Now, if they're trying to falsify scripture, which it looks like they are, then that means they're trying to falsify the weather and falsify leading into a biblical, potentially real catastrophic event on Earth. Now, the collider technology supports that, because if the collider technology is really capable of potentially causing a black hole, then obviously before you reach the point of a black hole, it's going to affect the Earth's crust, which would create earthquakes and tsunamis before that point. Now, there's a bit of the Large Hadron Collider is called CMS. If you type CMS at CERN, you'll see that that alone is capable, according to the CERN website, of causing magnetic fields 100,000 times more powerful than the Earth's entire magnetic field. Now, there's CMS references all the way through key areas of the research of the Portuguese Chamber of Commerce, Jimmy Savile, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Philip's there as well, Princess Anne, Princess Beatrice. Now, I suspect those CMS companies will relate to CMS at CERN, which suggests that these links are there to these key individuals, tying in with what they're planning regarding the magnetic field creation or technology surrounding the colliders. Now, I hope that's a deception. I hope that's been put there to potentially make someone like me, who's trying to save everybody, come forward to try and get humanity to do the right thing. But we can't take that chance. You know, these people, if they're really involved in harming children, which all of the evidence suggests they is, then we've got to seriously think that they're capable of attacking all of creation through something like that. And remember, the inversion is shown all the way through the research. Inversion of everything. Well, the ultimate inversion is to invert creation. And the research from them, science tells them that it was created by a big bang, an explosion, an expansion of the universe, which is what Stephen Hawking was studying, that links to the Church of Satan in 1966. And in 1971, he discovered the Hawking radiation linking with black holes. Well, that's the year that the World Economic Forum was created. So we have to consider that the World Economic Forum was actually set up specifically to funnel the funds into the collider technology and the link to Stephen Hawking's in all of this. Now, the ultimate, obviously, if you wanted to invert the Big Bang, the only way you can do that is you create a point of singularity big enough that it inverts all of creation into a black hole and creates a reduction of that expansion, an inversion of that expansion. That's what it appears. So they have been trying to do, and it looks like, to do it in 2012, failed, and said it was the discovery of the Higgs boson, a God particle. Maybe they did achieve it, I don't know, and somehow we're in a different sort of level of reality since 2012 because they did something. I don't know, but certainly it seems as though, to me, they failed to do what they were hoping, and they're now still pushing towards doing it. Hence, you've got this article from the 18th of December this year where £1 billion almost has just been donated, which will be stolen from you, everybody, to the Future Circular Collider program, and to build a large hadron collider 3 times bigger. God on your side, Gary. Stay well. Thank you very much, Wesley. I 100% believe I'm being guided by the true creator in all of this, and I believe the creator is good. So, you know, there's got to be a reason that this evidence is here, and I don't believe it's for a negative conclusion in all of this. I believe it's for, I believe it's going to change the world forever somehow, but it's giving the people the opportunity to change the world forever, and they're going to be making the choice on their own fate moving forward. Amazing. Well, Jill, Gary, I can't read that. That's in a different language. Sorry. Gary, did you say Templar House UK Limited will part? Yes. Yeah, Templar House UK Limited features on the research. Gareth Icke interview. I can't wait. Yeah, I've already done a Gareth Icke interview. This was back in 2024. And then I requested an interview with David, and it's basically been refused. I just haven't heard anything. Gary, will you be doing another live with Vanessa again? Yeah, I mean, we can do. There is more evidence that I didn't get to speak about, but, you know, we could do a live just literally talking to people and answering questions. Now, all of the evidence is suggesting that Vanessa is telling the truth. You know, until I find evidence suggesting that's not the case, then I will continue to work with Vanessa and support her in what she is saying, and all of the evidence is pointing towards that what she's saying is the truth. You know, there's overwhelming evidence to suggest that's the case. So, how to sell? I think I answered that. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. If anyone wants to come across, you'd love to hear more about Vanessa. Yeah, it would be nice to hear more. She's got a lot of information, and you know, she's been through a lot. According to what she's claiming happened to her, just some absolutely awful things that she's been through in her life. So, Rich Knighton is just a normal human. I don't understand why his name keeps popping up. Well, he's been put at the head of the military, hasn't he? So he's obviously got some influential decision-making powers there. The research surrounding him links straight back into all of the main companies in the fraud, literally straight away. It's in my document. So he's obviously been positioned as part of this fraud. And whatever's going on here, it's Well, I'm going to switch over to, and I won't go on for long probably. I'm going to go over to my TikTok live, which is Gary the Truth Sets Us Free, in about five minutes or so. I'm just going to have a drink and a little bit to eat. So about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes on my TikTok live, Gary the Truth Sets Us Free. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming on and watching. Really do appreciate it. Sorry about the poor lighting. Sorry if I've missed some questions. And everybody, thank you for your support. And I hope that you continue to support the evidence and the strategy, because if we don't do something soon, everybody, it appears as though there's going to be no future for everybody. So thanks so much, everyone. Take care. All the best. Bye-bye.